Okay. And I am not going to share the stream with you over Discord because last time I've tried doing that, it's given me issues. But just know that on the thumbnail,
Fair
I've
enough.
continued the running bit of characters having speech bubbles telling you to talk about Ender's Game, but twisting it to go with the Big Brother thing, where it's Amanda Waller, played by Viola Davis, saying, Ender, tell me about your game, and Ender being like, don't I know you from somewhere? So, anyway, let me just share that link with the Discord so everyone can see that we are live. Da, 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 da. All right. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the newest live episode of No Lights, No Camera Action. I am Noah, and I am joined, as always, by Jacob.
Hello, everyone. It's been a while, as always.
Yes, yes. It's okay. We've only got one more after this, and then we don't have to
We
be
can only
obligated.
screw this up one more time.
Yup, yup. And it's okay. We've had an even more consistent and but yet inconsistent series that we've been recording lately with Alex, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Um and that'll still be going for a little while. uh but yeah, we're back. Oh, also, not only are Amanda and Ender talking with each other and having that joke, but L is perched up on top of the Big Brother logo. Um Anyway,
Nice.
hi. Let's just dive right into it. We of course know what films we're going to be talking about, and we'll talk about those films first, and then we're going to be doing our special little game, which I'm very excited we're finally doing this. Because this is something I've
Yeah.
been wanting to do for a while. But first, let's talk about Emesis Blue. That was your film of choice for this
Yeah.
episode. Um, Should we even bother with the brief plot description? This
Yeah.
one's kind of
I was
tough.
going to say, I don't know if I can do a plot description. I also don't know if a plot description does the film justice, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of those films. I guess let's just dive into
Okay,
our.
we can explain what it is, and I can explain what it. Okay, so
Yeah.
Mrs. Blue
As well.
is, I believe, Source Filmmaker
Yep.
film,
Mm-hmm.
featuring the cast of Team Fortress 2,
Yeah.
going through a surreal horror scenario involving a machine that allows people to respawn after death, and some form of conspiracy going around with that, and the character of Archibald, who is, I have no idea. I am not versed in the TF2 lore.
I know
I don't know if
of.
there's any basis for that character specifically.
Yes, that character. I am not well versed in the lore either, but I have learned about it through osmosis via Liam. Um, and also the guy who the guy who did the kill count thankfully is actually a big TF2 fan, so he actually delves into the lore, and yes, Archibald is in the lore of TF2. um but yeah, it is also like a lot of the like story, at least the comprehensible parts of the story are just like basically more horrifying and darker adaptations of what's already there in TF2 lore. Um like playing on this endless war between red and blue and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess as far as initial thoughts, yeah, so this is one that I don't know necessarily how to feel about. I'm usually really into this type of film, these very much like what the fuck is going on at any point types of films. Obviously, like, I love Mulholland Drive, or as you guys know it, Good Boys Doing Good Things. Uh, you know, I love Malignant, stuff like that. Um, this one, I appreciate the craftsmanship of it for sure, because I recognize how much effort this film took. Um, but I guess it didn't quite click with me, and part of that may be just because TF2 has never clicked with me. Um, but I respect the film even if it's not necessarily for me.
Yeah. For me, initial thoughts are that I definitely enjoyed watching the film. It's a very interesting experience, and it's free, so everyone should just go watch it, even if it's in bursts. The film even has a chapter arrangement to break it down into if you are a lazy bastard and can't bother to watch it all in one go, like I, for some reason, wasn't this time. If there have been films I watched in one go, and I have not watched in one go for this podcast, I was pretty hooked into Mrs. Blue the whole time, even if I could barely tell you what the fuck was going on in it at any given moment.
Yeah.
Because it's like, as Noah said, it is a film that is very what the fuck is going on. It's got multiple protagonists and perspectives. It's got time travel weirdness, weird lines between life and death, unclear levels of hallucinations.
Mm-hmm.
It's past like the first 2 chapters of the film. I think it is hard for me to confidently tell you what is meant to be real within the fiction of the film and what is meant to be like a hallucination entirely within a character's mind.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess just going into more...
And I quite like that, but it does make it like really hard to grip onto as a topic.
Yeah. So I guess just delving into more specifics. Not only is this, I mean, we've made it pretty clear. I mean, this is like a horror film for sure. But also just kind of starts as like a film noir. Where
it starts with it's focused primarily on the blue team, the red team characters are there. It starts with
it's mostly
medic
blue team throughout the film.
having nightmares about some mysterious past incident, and the scout who is being discharged from the team after an injury related to the respawn machine. Then on the side, there is the spy and the soldier doing some kind of unofficial detective work to figure out what happened to Archibald, who we learned got kidnapped at the beginning of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So questions arise about the validity of that later on.
Yeah, Archibald being the governor of New Mexico, and is the one who is essentially funding the endless war between Redmond and Plutarch. Both in the film and in TF2 lore. Yeah, Also, um, I, and like, you know, this isn't meant as a dig or anything. But I just find it amusing. You can tell a film student made this film because because of all the references to other film. Granted, I'm
Yeah.
a film. I minored in film, but like I literally watched M in my first film class, and literally there is a scene where there's a box of VHS tapes that is knocked over, which, as the guy who does the kill count pointed out, is actually anachronistic because VHSs were invented about 6 years after this film takes place. Um, but whatever. Anyway, yeah, it's like Halloween night in the I forget the exact year, but it's like 60s because that's when TF2 takes place. Um, and the scout picks up a tape for M and takes it back with him, and you see him watching it at home, which I believe is in public domain, so nice use of public domain there. At least it's not the one that everyone goes for when they want a public domain film to watch in their film, which is Night of the Living Dead. Because every fucking film that has a group of friends watching a public domain film, it's always Night of the Living Dead. But this film also, like, you can tell this guy's a Kubrick fan. There's multiple references to The Shining.
Including a pretty pretty good sequence that's a very overt reference to the bar sequence in The Shining.
Yep. That was fun. There's also a very blatant War Room reference from Doctor Strangelove.
Yep.
But yeah. So in addition to the stuff that's going on with the medic and the scout, you also have there's like a private investigator, spy, and his assistant, who is the soldier. Yeah, the soldier.
The soldier, yeah.
And they confront this heavy, and he's got this briefcase they gotta get, and they're
and the briefcase has very big the briefcase from Pulp Fiction energy about it.
For sure, but also there's a thing with briefcases in TF2. But yeah. Yeah, we never learn what is in the briefcase, at least from my recollection.
We see it open, but like in Pulp Fiction, it's just a glowy effect.
Yep.
We don't see concretely what is meant to be in it.
Yep. But yeah. Yeah, and then yeah, they kill the heavy, get the briefcase. I'm trying to just watched part of
they kill the heavy, try to take the briefcase, but while the soldier is going off to get a camera for reasons that I'm unclear on, but I presume it has something to do with the spy's possible move sets in Team Fortress 2.
Mm-hmm.
But while they're there, a character that we later learn is, I'm pretty sure, supposed to be a stand-in for the pyro, comes in and almost kills the spy and takes the briefcase. Then the spy and soldier try to get the briefcase back by following a lead to Scout's house, who just got kidnapped by the pyro, and I think another figure.
Here's where things become unclear, because it's a guy wearing a plague doctor mask that takes the briefcase at that point. I initially thought that was a stand-in for the pyro, but then we get but then we get the Pyro later,
Oh, right.
wearing a
white,
different...
The white mask.
Yeah, wearing a different mask. I think the Plague Doctor is meant to be the medic in disguise. I think. I don't know.
That would make sense.
It would make
sense.
Yes. There's a lot of things. Again, a lot of the stuff in this film... It's a film
you have to piece together.
Yeah, there's a lot of theories about this film. I didn't watch any of the theories. I know there's one on Film Theory about it. But plenty of
wildly unsurprising.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a part where the medic goes to the scout's home. Well, and we see it in a very creepy shot. You see the scout's mom's head peeking around the corner of the hallway, and then a hand holding it drops it, and then it pans over to, I think, the Pyro guy or something?
I believe it's the Pyro there.
Yeah.
He's dressed in black, and of the characters that seem to be working together that get dressed in black, the other one I could think of would be the sniper who doesn't get dressed in black until after he gets his leg blown off by the soldier. When the spy and the soldier first try to infiltrate the slaughterhouse, that ends up being the base for most of what happens.
Yes.
In the story.
And there's also some weird telephone calls going on. They're hearing stuff that happens later. They hear stuff that happened already. Like,
it's pretty clear that somebody's watching them and influencing events, but it's unclear who just from watching it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's left up to interpretation, but after the medic sees like the scout's dead mom, he like faints, like hits his head on the counter and wakes up back in his doctor's office, and he has blood on his hands, and it can certainly be interpreted as based on what we get later. I would probably go with the theory that medic killed Scout's mom for whatever reason. Because later we get the medic more explicitly just killing a lot of people.
There's also, like, to go back to the Plague Doctor idea, it's also the distinct impression that aspects of later with the medic imply that the medic has kind of a dual personality thing going on.
Yes, as a result of...
Particularly during scenes where we see, particularly like in the slaughterhouse, when we see him shifting between like red and blue eyes, and there's one point where the lighting is set up so that he has one red and one blue eye while he's trying to fight the engineers.
Yeah, and it's also like there's a drug that he's been unwittingly prescribing people called Emesis Blue that he has also been taking unwittingly, and the side effects seem to have something to do with that. Again, it's really hard, and I watched this maybe a week ago, so like it's really hard, and I don't take notes when I watch movies for the podcast. I maybe should, but
I don't know, too late now.
Yeah. So, also worth noting, you know, to talk about something more concrete about the film that we can compliment. The cast does a very good job of imitating the voices of the
Oh
characters
god,
from
yeah,
the game.
they've all got good
The
they've all got quite
guy,
good imitations
the
going with the
guy who
characters.
made this
The,
film also voices half of them, and
yeah,
they all
yeah,
sound distinct and like their game counterparts.
yeah, I remember. The one character that I feel like there is a bit, the one character whose voice acting I think falls a bit short is the Scout, because I don't. He's got a good impression. Like, the guy's got a good impression of the Scout going. I just don't think he was great at having the impression and also doing some of the emotional inflections of the Scout was trying to have for some scenes.
Yeah, yeah, I can understand that. Um, yeah, um, yeah, there's, oh gosh, I'm like completely lost of like where we should even be like, yeah, so like at some point we're at the slaughterhouse, that happens shortly after
Because
whatever we were just talking about.
the spy okay, because the medic got a cryptic message sending him, not cryptic, an ominous message sending him to the slaughterhouse to try and find the kidnapped Scout, and then the spy and soldier who are trying to track down the medic because they think the medic kidnapped Archibald, and they follow him there.
Yeah. And
So, like,
yeah, and the slaughterhouse is owned by two engineers who are definitely
the Conager brothers, I think.
Yes, yes, I believe that is like those brothers specifically
Canonical
are
name.
a thing in the lore of TF2, I believe, and this is probably the best translation of any of the TF2 characters to horror, because like in the games and like the the animations they use to promote the game, the engineer has that very like low, raspy, soft voice that's meant to be like sort of comforting in the game, but here translates very well to being creepy.
Yeah.
Um especially in that Shining homage, because there we see like the engineer in that hallucination, that the demo man is the Jack Torrance in that situation, and we see him with both his eyes, and it's also worth noting, not only is this person clearly a big Kubrick fan, they're also clearly a big Stephen King fan. Obviously, the Shining references double dip there, but a lot of the dialogue is apparently taken directly from The Jaunt.
Yeah, particularly It's Eternity in there, I think, comes from.
Yeah, the longer than you
brought up in reference to the Jaunt a lot.
Yeah, longer than you think is a repeated line throughout this movie, and that is directly from the Jaunt.
I have okay, because the Jaunt is a short story. I have a book with that short story, and I gotta get around to reading it one of these days.
And I have another Stephen King story I need to get around to reading. Not at all related to what we're talking about, but as long as we're talking about movies, go watch Life of Chuck. It's fucking amazing. So good. Anyway. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's also another film reference, I mean, much later in the film, but we're just kind of jumping around, which is not helping us make sense of the film, but whatever.
Because helping us make sense of the film, but also the film is.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the plot works in a linear order, but it also feels like it doesn't at the same time.
Yeah, like there's a lot of time loop stuff going on, and I don't no, like, the film doesn't give me enough to go off of
Understand
to,
why
like,
it's happening?
yeah, to come up with and at least at least it come up with my own theory as to why the time loops are happening. Like, I
Right.
guess,
I
like,
get the vibe that
respawn
agree. I get the
machine.
vibe that it has something to do with has something to do with the respawn machine, but what it has to do with the respawn machine is not immediately clear.
Yeah, like, is the respawn machine, like, literally affecting time around it? Because that, I don't know how that makes sense, but whatever. Um, but yeah, because I'm just, like, skimming through the Wikipedia plot summary to try to think of anything to comment on. Because we also get, well, first of all, it's worth noting that the that the spy throughout this movie is wearing a fedora, and at one point he gets captured by the pyro, but then he shoots the pyro, and he's got his cigarette. Also, I like there's a lot of moments in this film where you just see the cigarette hanging from Spy's mouth, defying the laws of physics. But as far as I know, that also happens in the game, so nice attention to detail there. I like, um, but you know, he lights a cigarette, but he throws it on the ground and starts a big fire, and he ends up getting burned. And the next time we see him, due to the burned face and the fedora, he just looks like Freddy Krueger. Which I'm sure was another reference. And then there's another point where he's in an interrogation room with the medic and the engine, or no, the soldier.
The soldier.
And
the commander and the engineer long dead by this point.
Yeah. He forces them to play a game of Russian roulette, which even though I haven't seen the Deer Hunter, I've seen the shitty parody of it in Chicken Park. I'm pretty sure this is a Deer Hunter reference. Pretty sure. But yeah, I don't know, it just, like, again, I appreciate the craftsmanship of this film, and believe me, I love making film references in my stuff, but here, it almost, it feels like there's so many film references. It was just like, again, this guy probably, like, just coming out of film school, working on this film, like, wants to pay homage to all his favorite films that he watched in film school. But, like, sometimes it's distracting, like, because it's like, okay, but what is this actually, what does referencing this film at this time actually add to the plot? Because, like, Spy looking like Freddy Krueger for, like, the entire, like, third act of the film doesn't necessarily, like, add anything. And it's like, when they faced the Heavy was also wearing this kind of Jason-esque mask, although more of like a Casey Jones type, like, skull hockey mask. But
yeah,
like, it almost would have made more sense if, like, Freddy Spy actually like, if he looked like Freddy when he was facing off against the Heavy looking like Jason. But, like,
it can be Freddy versus Jason again.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know. It just sometimes, and I'm sure people are, I'm sure, like, if a decent amount of people actually listened to the podcast and watched my films, they'd be like, well, your references are distracting too. Like, fair. um but yeah, especially because, like, I get, like, the horror references and the film noir references, but, like, the Russian roulette scene in particular, I was like, why are we here now? Like, and not in, like, I don't understand what the plot is at this point. It was more of like a why are we here now, and like why is the spy making them do Russian roulette? like it feels like it's just there to reference the Deer Hunter. Because there's a very iconic Russian roulette scene in the Deer Hunter. But yeah,
I mean, it makes a little sense, I guess, in the context of the spy trying to frame the medic for Archibald's death later.
Yeah, right.
The spy gets mad, blames Archibald for all of his problems, which is a thing that the spy keeps doing throughout the film as a character trait, blaming everyone else for his problems but himself.
In all fairness, Archibald did literally force the spy to shoot 3 people at gunpoint, to shoot 3 hostages.
He did, but the spy also didn't really give a shit about that. The stuff that he gives a shit about is stuff like his car getting blown up, which the spy caused, and the spy getting burned, which was the spy's fault for his own negligence, for throwing a lit cigarette into a room that he just, like, killed a guy with a fucking gasoline tank in.
Boy, also, I will say, if we had seen this film back when Dubbers was back when we were still doing Dubbers, I would have had I would have had a fucking field day. It's like I was always looking for an excuse to play the spy again, because Spy is God is, like, one of the most iconic Dubbers moments, and, like, boy, that would have been, I would have had a field day with this one. But
I guess related question. It's not. I guess related question that isn't directly related to the movie itself. Do you know if Liam has seen Mrs. Blue? Because I'm curious what his thoughts would be on it.
I've mentioned to him before that, like, I mentioned around the time the kill count came out, which I didn't watch the kill count back then because I wanted to watch the film first, and then just never got around to watching the film until you suggested we watch it for the podcast. I mentioned it to him that they were going to be doing a kill count of Mrs. Blue, and he had mentioned that he had always been looking for an excuse to watch Mrs. Blue. I don't think he has watched it yet.
Okay.
But next time I talk with him, I will definitely mention it to him. Because yes, I would also be very curious. Because I bet he would be able to make a lot more sense of this than either of us, because
some of it seems to be in reference to TF2 lore that we're just not familiar with.
Yeah, and like, again, I watched the kill count. That guy explained a lot of the TF2 stuff, but, like, there's also plenty that I just didn't get, even after watching that 1.5 times. But so, in between the getting burned and the Russian roulette scene, Spy killed, Archibald, he blames he tries to pin it on the medic. Medic ends up shooting himself in Russian roulette. Um,
But reviving later because some weird come back from the dead stuff has been established to have been going on with the medic.
yes. Uh, and granted, the respawn machine kind of does that to everyone, but like I guess the medic seems to have
the only one. The medic's the only one we see coming back from his own body. The implication with stuff with the soldier is that you get a new body that replaces it. Hence, the boot up sequence with the respawn machine. Hence, the failed boot up sequence with the respawn machine talking about like reconstituting yourself, like reconstituting a body.
Yeah, and we do see in an earlier sequence that may or may not be real. It's unclear. We do see a scout get killed and then morph into this like horrifying, like distorted, contorted thing that the soldier then has to kill again. In a really cool shot where like as he's killing it, they make it look like they have this like weird VHS filter on it. But yeah, and then they have a funeral for Archibald where the spy is like, okay, the medic killed Archibald, and I'm gonna take Archibald's place. And everyone's just like, okay, I guess. like the soldier knows what's happening, but like he doesn't really get he doesn't get a chance to say anything because then the medic like
hops out of the casket and shoots the spy.
And shoots the spy and a bunch of other people. And also, we finally get to see Redmond and Blutarch, like, just bickering old men that they are.
Yeah, that's fun.
There's towards the end, one of them, I forget which one, dies in a car crash. Trying to get away.
Gets into a car crash, and then the soldier finishes him off. And then Red is gloating about it and gets hit by a truck while he's gloating.
I think it's the medic's ambulance he gets hit by. I think.
Yes, yeah, right. Yeah, it is the ambulance the medic took.
Yeah. So there's that. Yeah, that got a chuckle out of me because I was like, oh, yep.
Yeah. For being pretty focused on the horror stuff, they do have some pretty decent jokes in here.
Yeah,
throughout the movie.
Yeah, I mean,
it helps preserve the feel of it being a TF2 thing, which is very
for sure.
comedic.
Like TF2 is known for its humor, and this film takes TF2 and makes it a lot darker. And it still has, like, occasional bits of humor, but that almost adds to the darkness, because, again, like, yeah, it's, like, I mean, it's a Regina George type thing. He literally gets hit by a vehicle as he's gloating about still being alive. It's like, or like, Final Destination, like, and... yeah,
and then there's also the bit where the spy and the soldier are trying to deal with the sniper, and the soldier comes up with and executes the plan to go out of cover, taunt the sniper into shooting him in the chest, and then while the sniper thinks he's down and not paying as much attention to him, quickly shooting him with a rocket launcher. And the spy comes out from behind cover and goes, "How did you know he wouldn't shoot you in the head?" And the soldier very proudly goes, "I didn't."
Yeah.
Pretty funny.
Yeah. But then there's also, like, some real dark, like the scene where you don't see the engineers torturing Scout, but you hear it. And then
while the medic is trying to get to a device that he can use to get past the engineers by killing them.
And then you've got a comedic beat there where like what the engineer that isn't torturing Scout is playing the piano, and then medic comes behind him to strangle him, and like as he's falling down, his foot hits the piano for like a boom, like but then you get this really sad moment where like after medic has taken care of that engineer, he goes in and just finds the Scout's hat. But
the implication seems to be that he got tortured to death.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, and I don't know, so some of these like humorous bits definitely worked for me, but like also it does feel at times like the tone is a bit mishmash a little bit. But again, I'm just kind of to wrap up my thoughts, because we should move on to Ender's Game soon here. Because I know that's gonna be quite the discussion. Yeah, like this film doesn't completely work with me. But I respect the ambition, and I'm sure that the guy who made it is going to go on to make a lot more impressive stuff. And you know, I mean, for what it is very impressive, even if there's just some parts of it that, you know, don't quite click with me. That's my
closing thoughts then are that the film is way more impressive than it has any right to be, considering that it is ultimately a TF2 machinima.
Mm-hmm.
Long past like the glory days, I feel, of machinima in general.
Yeah.
Not machinima. Machinima is something else. A source filmmaker animation. There we go. Yeah. Machinima is when you're doing it purely in game. That's a different vocab word. Yeah. Regardless, it is still much more impressive than it has any right to be for what it is, and the fact that we can talk about it like as a movie is kind of one of the best compliments that can be given to it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that discussion does ultimately come away, even if we do ultimately come away with that discussion with it not fully working on a personal level with us.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't really enjoyed the film. But because like I can't like get a firm grip on it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I can't say that I properly like the film, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And now on.
Though regardless, it is a very interesting thing. I would recommend that everyone else like go and check it out.
Yeah.
And with that said, as you are trying to transition on to Ender's Game.
Yeah. This is gonna be a fun discussion because this was my pick due to a running bit.
And I guess for context for everyone, for some backstory for real life for everyone in the audience,
mm-hmm.
We took so long doing this that I went out into the actual real world, just beyond our windows.
Mm-hmm.
Went to a used bookstore, got a copy of Ender's Game, and read it again, mm-hmm. so that I could do a more like accurate so that I can refresh my memory and have a more accurate comparison between the film and the book. And coming out of watching the movie, I have 11 pages of notes.
And and you had also read the book. Correct me if I'm wrong. You read it in school and then went to see it.
Yes, we read it in middle school for an English class. I forget what that ultimately amounted to. Probably a paper of some kind, knowing how English classes tend to work.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, it was the year that it was right around when the Ender's Game movie had come out, and we were blissfully unaware of the reasons why some people were boycotting the film, and our teachers got us onto managed to get the school to agree to let us go on a field trip to watch it.
And I, on the other hand, have never read the book and watched this film for the first time again, like a week ago. I watched this and Mrs. Blue literally back to back, which might have been a mistake. That also probably didn't help me remembering stuff that happened in Mrs. Blue. But, oh well. Oh gosh, maybe.
Anyway, it's your pick, so would you like to give us the plot summary?
Yeah, basically, I mean, this takes place in a future where, humanity is at war with this alien race called the Formics. They are training children to fight this war, and one particular child, Enderwiggin, shows particular prowess and a particular killer instinct that gets him accepted into like the like premier like boot camp, and he is then trained to fight these aliens with a bunch of other kids. And on his final test, quote unquote, he is tricked into wiping out their planet, essentially. Thinking it is a simulation, but in actuality, he was actually fighting real Formics and literally decimated their planet. So, initial
you go
thoughts.
first with initial thoughts.
Yeah, I put it very succinctly in my Letterboxd review of this film. This is a Dune-level story with Divergent-level execution. I thought the film was fine, but I could tell that it could have been way better, and I hope that when Orson Scott Card dies, someone makes a new adaptation.
Yeah, that would be nice. I love that we're okay. I'll say this before. I love, said with massive quotation marks, and I can say the sentence, Orson Scott Card is kind of the J.K. Rowling of sci-fi, and have it be sensical.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Pretty accurate.
Yeah, okay. My initial thoughts. As I said, when I first watched Ender's Game, the movie, it was in middle school after having read the book for a class, and it was nice to relive the experience of being disappointed by watching the Ender's Game movie after reading the book.
Yeah.
Though this time I failed to complete the experience by getting the shittier version of Starburst that was sold at the movie theater at the time. But really, like the really like tiny ones that come in the box and don't actually taste like quite like Star, or at least at the time they didn't taste quite like Starburst, but more like the chewing gum knockoff of what a Starburst is meant to taste like.
Yeah.
I wish I remember. I kind of wish I remember to at least get actual Starburst for that. That would have completed the experience. But yeah, oh god, where to start with this? I guess one thing to throw out there, which you might find interesting, is that I don't know if it is movie original, but the book does not refer to the aliens as the Formix.
Okay.
And this difference is for an interesting reason. Okay, so the book, very consistent. Everyone calls them this. The word is spelled Bugger, which I'm spelling out because it turns out it is a homophobic slur. Which Orson Scott Card claimed to not realize was a slur at the time, which I'm willing to believe, but also would all be willing to not believe.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that it was a homophobic slur. I just knew that it was a British slur. Because the word also appears in non-British English versions of Diamond and Pearl. A Team Galactic grunt says it at one point. Because I remember watching Game Boy Luke freak out about it in a playthrough.
Oh boy.
But yeah,
I did not check into this until like halfway through my notes document. So that makes the first half of it a bit unfortunate. Anyway.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of interesting to see that. Also,
yeah. Also, it goes without
the right word.
Yeah. Also, we've said it.
This entire thing. Most of the criticisms are going to be taken. Most of the criticisms coming from my end are going to start as me comparing the movie to the book, because as I told Noah after I finished the book suffers from the profound, crippling flaw of being probably one of the best sci-fi books of all time.
Yeah, and I have heard that pretty consistently, and when watching the movie, I was like, I kept feeling, even though I have not read the book, I'm like, I know this could be amazing. It is, but like, it's, yeah, I mean, for me, I'm sure I would have liked it. I'm sure I would like this film a lot less had I actually read the book. But going into it, I'm like, again, this is passable. I think the performances are, like, good for the most part.
The performances are largely good for what they're being, good versions of what they're being given. Unfortunately, they don't. Because of what they're given, they don't pan out to good versions of the characters, but they're good enough versions of what they're being given, with the occasional exception of Harrison Ford, who clearly doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Harrison Ford is the one exception. He is very much phoning this in.
Yeah, and I kind of get it, because I can see the state of the film he's in. I'm sure on some level being an actor gives you some kind of insight onto the state of the quality of the film you're being in.
Yeah, I forget which
I wouldn't
actor...
be terribly thrilled with being in the botched version of Beloved's sci-fi adaptation.
Yeah, I forget what actor was talking. I think it was Bryce Dallas Howard that was talking about that recently in regards to Argyle. And I think she also referred to the last Jurassic World movie she did in this conversation, where, like, you know, as an actor, you can tell the state of a movie as you are making it. Like, you can tell, like, oh, this is gonna bomb. Um, uh, or you're just Elizabeth Olsen, and every Marvel movie you're in you think is gonna bomb, and then it makes $1 billion. Um, uh, she literally in an interview she said, like, when watching the premiere of Avengers Endgame, she was like, "Well, this is our first flop." It's like,
I respect her for being bold in her calls, even if they aren't exactly correct.
Yup.
But yeah,
the biggest thing with the performances in this that I took away is that Asa Butterfield should be a household name, I feel like, and I feel like he has not gotten the he has not gotten the career that he deserved, and the career that so many other actors his age have gotten.
Yeah, because he does a good job as
he's
the
very good in
Edgar
this film. He's very good, I would say. I know he was in that sex education show on Netflix, which I didn't watch, but I heard was pretty good. But like, he should be headlining movies still. Like, I feel like, because like he has very good screen presence, and yeah, he does, like, even though, like, again, I'm sure this is not it, and this is not necessarily a well-written adaptation of this character. He's doing a very good job with what he is given. Like, both the cold, calculating nature and also the emotional side when he begins to regret his actions. Haley Steinfeld also really good in this. I'd say. You know who I forgot was gonna be in this film, and I was also, like, really into his performance? Moises Arias from fucking Rico from Hannah Montana is in this.
I thought, fuck, I knew him from somewhere. God damn it.
Yeah, he plays Bonzo Madrid, and I like his performance a lot. He is so despicable.
It is a good version of this version of the character.
Yeah.
I hate that I keep having to add that caveat.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you should just go through like your biggest notes here, and I'll chime in when I can.
Okay, biggest notes. Fuck, where to start with that? Okay, a big idea that runs through a lot of my notes is the idea that the film doesn't do a great job of illustrating how, excuse me, I'm sorry, illustrating the fact that Ender is a tactical genius. Thing is, like, he is being groomed into being the commander of the Earth's army to fight the bugs. Mm-hmm. He is being put in that position because he has shown high aptitude for tactics and strategy, and everything that he does gets framed around, like, tactics and strategy ultimately, even down to, like, social interactions. He is thinking about things in terms of tactics and strategy, how he can manipulate the situation to best work in his favor when he can see that it might work very much not in his favor. And I don't think the film does a great job of portraying that. In part, it's because the film, like, by being a film, comes at things with a massive disadvantage in doing that. For one, because it's film length, it has to compress the plot a lot, which means they have to cut for time a lot of the encounters where we see Ender, like, develop tactics and strategies or set up things for later on.
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah,
just
it's kind of an
being
issue
a
of
good
like,
tactician.
yeah, you don't really see him develop the skills. He just kind of naturally has them. And like the film keeps telling you that it is, and that presents an issue in a film because like in a book, obviously telling's what you've got. Um
Yeah.
but in a movie you're able to show, and they don't do a lot of showing his tactical prowess.
Yeah.
You're
And
absolutely right.
part of the other disadvantage is they lack a lot of Ender's internal monologue. They have Ender, the character, narrating portions of the movie as like scene setting or establishing that time has passed and what vaguely has happened during that time. But we don't get access to like his internal thought processes nearly to the same degree, so we don't get to see him being a good tactician going into various scenarios.
Yeah. It
One specific instance. I'm going to be saying one specific instance. I feel like a lot for this conversation. One specific instance that jumps out very prominently is the idea of the enemy gate is down. Because in the movie, they go into the battle simulation area, which is in zero gravity because they're training to fight in space, which is zero gravity environment. And Ender and Eli are talking about they're talking about like the functions of the gravity room and whatnot, and they very quickly arrive at the idea of there's no actual down in space, so treat the enemy gate as down because it gives a morale boost to you and your allies, because by the enemy gate being down, you're coming at them from above like they're bugs to be squished underfoot.
Yeah.
This then gets called, so that stands as it is, and then doesn't actually get used for anything because all the fire skipper trait is being horizontal.
I also
and then it's called back to at the end when they're about to do the fight at the alien home planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were saying something.
Yeah, I also, in relation to, like, the training game they play, where they, like, shoot each other, and if you get shot in a particular area, that area is paralyzed. When they first, like, enter that area and are, like, getting the feel for it, Ender asks someone else to shoot him in the chest, and it like, fully paralyzes him, and he's like talking about how he cannot move no matter how hard he tries, and he's like laughing about it. That was weird. That was weird.
Yeah,
like,
I think in part because they went with a more skin tight design for the battles, like for the suits in the battle arena. It's hard to portray being paralyzed.
Well, no, it's just his reaction to being like he's like very like, oh, this is exciting. I'm paralyzed. Like that's essentially how he reacts, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but anyway, back to the idea of the enemy gate is down. So that's nominally in the film. In the book, it's a really core. It's like it's representative of a really core idea for how Ender approaches fighting in zero gravity. Since because there's no down in space, choosing to have down be in any particular direction gives different tactical benefits and drawbacks in terms of like morale and perception. So when Ender approaches fighting in zero gravity, he is regularly and constantly shifting his idea of which way is down to try and shift his perspective of the fight and see if there are new angles of approach that he was failing to consider.
Mm-hmm.
It also gives him a massive it also gives him, like, the previous mentioned kind of tactical morale advantage when going against opponents, because opponents are viewing everything from a horizontal perspective that portray with certain mindset things in place, and his ability to switch them out for stuff that's more morally tactically effective gives him a big edge going into fights, particularly early on in the battle school, before everyone else has a chance to react to Ender shifting the paradigm of how they approach battles, which is one of the ways that they portray Ender in the book as being a really good tactician. It's because wherever he goes with a game, he constantly shifts he's constantly figuring out and thus shifting what the best way to approach and play the game is.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing that impact ripple out into other characters and teams helps give off the idea of him being this really smart tactician.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you think? So I guess going a bit more into stuff. For that big battle at the end of the school sequence, what did you think of Ender's big formation finisher thing?
Oh yeah, where they like literally just huddle around the one kid and they're like pushing out, so like they get shot, they're fine, like they're paralyzed, but like they're fine, and then like the kid is protected and he gets to win.
Yeah.
I think it was like, it's like a very baseline of clever, if that makes sense. Like it's like, yeah, this is the kind of clever quote-unquote strategy that a normal kid would come up with, but like this is supposed to be a very advanced kid. Like he's very like he's got this technical prowess to him, at least the film keeps telling us he does, but it's like it's juvenile for sure, but like I don't know, it was like whatever, like I was like, okay, fine.
Yeah. Okay, because for people who haven't seen the movie, the idea behind that strategy is the battle game is set up so you have two teams on opposite sides of a zero gravity arena with various obstacles in the middle. And to win the game, you need to either take out everyone on the enemy team or get someone through the enemy gate. Shooting people on the enemy team nets you and your team points, which matter for standing, but standing isn't ultimately much of a thing in the movie because it goes through the whole battle school sequence too fast for that.
Yeah.
And this is close to how the battles are set up in the book, but has two distinct differences that I think make any version of the strategy that Ender employs less interesting.
Yeah.
Because Ender employs a similar strategy for the big final battle school fight in sequence in the book that the movie is basing that off of, where the goal is not to take out the enemy army, but to instead just focus on getting someone through the gate to win without without needing to fire a shot.
Yeah. I will say I thought of a better analogy for my thoughts. This feels like the kind of tactical strategy they would have in video game high school. Like And I love Video Game High School. But, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, in the book, two big differences. The scoring system is placed with just a more basic kill-death ratio, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I think the scoring system works as an additional change. That's fine, no problems. The other big one is where the problem comes in, and that's that in the book, you can't just go through the enemy gate. You have to have 4 members from your team open the gate, and then a 5th go through it.
Okay.
Which is why people will focus on dealing with the enemy army in the first place, because you have to do this big ritual basically to open the gate. You can get shot during that. It's more effective generally to just focus on taking out the enemy team so that they can interrupt you, and you can just go through the gate as basically a finishing move to signify your victory rather than to be the victory. The fact that getting through the enemy gate is more complex in the book makes it a strategy of bypassing the army to just go through the gate and get the win without doing what you're technically supposed to be doing in the fight is more interesting because it's less expected because of it being harder to do. It's more understandable that no one would think to do that and say, just jump into the cloud of people heading towards the gate, because they're clearly trying to just go to the gate that's open and no one is blocking it, even though you can just go through the gate, so someone should really be blocking it.
Yeah. This feels like the type of game that would be popular with streamers if TF2 and Dead by Daylight didn't already exist. Anyway.
Yeah, there's a big difference in the game. In the strategy itself, it's also a big difference, which that in addition to it being less sensible to go through the less obvious a tactic to just go through the gate, the formation itself works differently, where there's the one cloud, where instead of it just being one big cloud of a couple people like pushing off to adjust the trajectory, it's they go over the gate, they get shot at a little bit, and then one larger cloud pushes a smaller cloud up at a higher speed towards the gate, and then is distracting the armies from that smaller cloud by shooting at them.
Yeah.
So there's also an element of the enemy's attention being diverted away from the secret strategy, which makes it work better. Also, them keeping in the line, not the line from Bernard, because okay, you remember which character I'm referring to when I say Bernard, right?
I'm looking. I don't remember the name.
Okay.
And the actor doesn't have a Wikipedia page, so that ain't gonna help.
Yeah, that bodes well. There's a character named Bernard. He starts out as a bully for Ender, and
yes.
The movie and the book. And in the movie, he ends up becoming like one of Ender's commanders during the final fight with the bugs. This is a very big deviation from Bernard's role in the book, which is that he is a first bully for Ender when they arrive at the battle school, and then he functionally stops existing.
Yeah.
Anyway, in the movie, they have a line going into the fight about how Ender's team, the Dragons, doesn't do formations, which feels very weird for them to have kept in when we see no other fights with that team, and so don't get to know that.
Yeah, because it's like a mishmash of people,
or even what doing formations means.
Yeah, because Ender is put in charge, like he's promoted to be in charge of his own team, and he's able to basically assemble the team from like a mishmash of people from the other teams. And yeah, we never see a prior fight with that team fighting together.
We are just told that the team is doing well.
Yeah. Passage of time is very unclear in this film. It's very unclear how much
Yeah.
time passes.
Yeah, and like that idea of, oh, we don't do formations, why are we doing a formation now, bothers me a little bit more, because earlier on, during like that first fight where Ender is in, during that first of two zero gravity battles that we see at the battle school, we see an example of like Dink and Petra and a third guy who isn't really a character in the book, but I don't know, maybe is a character in the sequels and spin-offs, because there are sequels. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long running
series.
series.
They do a formation where they have like two guys acting as like a human shield for Petra as she shoots at people, and then someone crashes into them and the formation falls apart and they're all left helpless and vulnerable, which is an illustration of the idea that Ender immediately clocks onto in the book, that formations are really vulnerable to chaos, which is why he doesn't use formations when he gets command of an army.
Wait, formations are vulnerable. Wait, hold on. Formations are vulnerable to chaos, so he chooses chaos instead of formation.
Basically, well, that's chaos and more like a more flexible, like much more flexible strategy, because like in the like when there's formations, it's like very specific actions and sequences that are useful for just calling out, hey, let's do thing X, and people will know what to do for thing X. But if something happens, like say somebody's paralyzed body smashes into you, the whole disruption gets upset, and because the disruptions are largely constructed out of people essentially manipulating each other's bodies in zero gravity for various effects, a bit of chaos can act wildly disrupt the ability of everyone in the formation to do something, which leaves them vulnerable.
Yeah. I have a question for you, actually.
Yes.
Like, talking about, the many flaws with this adaptation, do you think, having read the book and watched this movie, do you think it would work better as a TV show than as a film, or do you think it could work as a film?
I think it would absolutely work better as a TV show, in part because it would allow like the things to have time to build up.
Okay.
And also, I think it would work to help the final twist pay off a bit more, because they could set up like the advertising of the season as being, oh, this is part 1 of the Ender's Game story, and there is a season 2, and it goes through his time like in academics before the fight, so that the final twist that they did in fact kill all the bugs in that last sequence is the audience in a way that it kind of can't be in either the book or the movie, where book length and runtime are more of an obvious factor.
Yeah.
Anyway, also just like more time for everything is nice.
Yeah.
And also by making it a TV show, they would have time to include one of the major things removed from the story, which is the entire side plot going on with Ender's siblings.
Oh yeah, we really don't get much. Like, they treat his sister like a big deal. He like sees her in like the game dream or whatever. The game that is somehow able to like be influenced by his thoughts and like adapt to like his dreams or whatever. I don't understand how that works. The rat scenario was cool, but then it became too much. But like, yeah, they treat his sister like a big deal, but she gets very little of substance.
As in the movie, Peter is a non-entity, besides the fact that he
is a bully to Ender,
Mhm.
and that's nebulously important to Ender in ways they don't really explore in the movie much. Valentine is a bit more present, but
I forgot her name was Valentine.
in the book, Peter and Valentine are not just more present as characters, they also have a whole big side plot going on about world domination.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yes, okay. So, how the siblings work is that uh, as part of the program to find like a kid that shows signs of being a tactical genius or having the potential to be a tactical genius for the military. A bunch of kids get strapped with monitors that monitor their thoughts. Ender's brother Peter is the first one found in the program. He fails out because while he is a brilliant mind, he is also a piece of shit, and they do not want to, and they have the sense to not empower that.
Yeah.
And also because
And yet...
what they're looking for in a commander is not just that killer instinct, it's also the ability to empathize with people, with the enemy enough to figure them out. So he has that killer instinct, but barely any empathy. Valentine then is meant to be like all empathy, no killer instinct. She gets people on a very deep and intuitive level, does not like harming people on even an emotional level. Ender is then the middle ground between them, where he has the killer instinct of Peter, but also a lot of the empathy of Valentine. So he can understand the enemy, and in the moment that he understands his enemy, he can crush them, which is what the opening quote from the movie, the movie opens with a quote from Ender about that concept,
which isn't really explored in the movie. They don't really touch on the empathy thing at all.
They do not at all in the movie, and it bothers me that they're treating that quote as if it's from some like historic, like some like actual person or other notable character in the fiction, to the point that they even disguise the fact that it's Ender saying it by using his initials, particularly for his actual name, which is Andrew.
Yeah.
Ender is a nickname, and Andrew is his real name in the movie, just not mentioned this at all.
Yeah, because like I was looking at the cast list, I was like, wait, I don't remember him being named Andrew, and yeah, they don't mention that at all.
They don't mention it.
He's just called Ender.
Having him named Ender, which is fine.
Yeah, it's fine because like you have characters named like Valentine and Bonza.
They're trying to hide the fact that it's Ender saying it, which frustrates me.
Yeah, because it's like, like you can have him have his actual name be Ender. That's fine. We have characters named Valentine, Bonzo, and Bean. Like we're like.
Yeah. Also in the book, Bonzo and Bean are not the actual names of those characters.
All right, well, whatever.
I mean, I like.
I'm sure the book also gives them a lot.
Simplifying it to the nicknames and just going with the nicknames. We don't need the name lore for all these characters.
Yeah, because that would clog the runtime. It would have an issue similar to the first Suicide Squad, where it's like you just have all these character introductions clogging up the film in the first like third of it. Yeah.
What were you talking about that led me into that rant?
The quote at the beginning.
Oh, siblings, right?
Yeah,
siblings. Okay. So Ender gets selected for the program, but that leaves the two super genius siblings alone on Earth with nothing to do, and the plan that Peter comes up with is world domination. And it's because a plot point that's in the book but not the movie is that while the world is unified in this quest to kill off all the bugs. They're also very clearly, excuse me, political situation is also very volatile, so that it's the point that it's very obvious to people who are paying attention, particularly Peter, that as soon as the bugs are dealt with, another world war is going to break out as everyone stops working together, stops having the reason to work together, and starts punching each other for resources and advantages.
Mm-hmm.
And his plan is to take control of the world via that chaos by basically planting rhetoric within the minds of the populace via online personas played by him and his sister, one of which is functionally Alex Jones, the other of which is, it's not a great left-wing parallel, but I'm going to go with John Oliver because it's funny. Where Peter is playing John Oliver, and the sister, the very empathetic and nice sister, is playing the Alex Jones equivalent, in part so that she can't, since she doesn't think like an Alex Jones would on her own, she has to keep coming back to him.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
And it also results in this this fun bit where Peter is really annoyed and confused by the fact that the inflammatory, right-wing, hateful bigot persona is so much more popular than his left-wing, empathetic persona.
Huh. Yeah, man, like, again...
Never heard that idea before.
Again, I don't want this... I don't want to see another adaptation be made until Orson Scott Card dies because royalties or whatever.
Yeah.
But, man, it would be relevant to make one now.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. But yeah, so that...
But no, we have to get another Harry Potter adaptation.
Yeah. And then so that whole plot line, which eventually leads to a big quotes on kind of reconciliation between Ender and Peter at the end of the book, is just completely dropped, and so Peter and Valentine are functionally non-entities. So to the point that if I was in charge of doing the adaptation and we had gotten to the point where we dropped the Peter and Valentine plot line, I would have just told the writers to merge Peter and Valentine with the characters of Ender's parents, because they get roughly as much, because they're only slightly less important, and would compress both the act and would save on screen time and acting budget, basically. Because if you're not going to have Peter and Valentine do the things that make them Peter and Valentine, all you really need is to have one motherly character and one dickhead. And his parents were perfectly fine. Like within the movie, even his parents were perfectly fine in that role.
Yeah.
They didn't.
Yeah, especially because like they're super wasting Abigail Breslin, because she's been. It's so interesting how both Abigail Breslin and Haley Steinfeld were nominated for Oscars as children well before this movie. Actually, I think Haley's might have been just a couple years before. Because when was True Grit? True Grit was 2010, so like 3 years before this. But yeah, and maybe they were planning on doing stuff with that in like sequels or whatever, because they were planning. I mean, the ending makes it very clear they wanted.
It does read very much as
this was supposed to be a franchise. There's also the actor who played Bean says there was a script for Ender's Shadow. And apparently the director and writer originally wanted to film them back to back, but there wasn't enough money for that. Also, by the way, as a side note about the director, do you know what else he directed right before Ender's Game?
No, I do not.
X-Men Origins Wolverine. That was the last film he directed before Ender's Game.
Oh boy.
And for what's worth, he's done 2 since then. I haven't heard of either of them, but
Oh god.
Yeah.
I guess since we've brought up Bean, what are your thoughts on Bean? He said planting a conversation thread.
I like, he's like obvious, like a pretty typical like weakling who turns out to have some value, not really much else to him.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's a lot more. I'm sure there's a lot more to him in the book.
It's a bit different in the book.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
I'm shocked to learn it's a bit different in the book. For starters, a change that I understand from a compression standpoint, but also kind of detracts a lot from the character dynamic in the long run. So in the movie, Bean first meets Ender on the shuttle up to battle school. They both start out in the same class and launch group together.
Mm-hmm.
In the book, Bean does not show up as an entity until Ender is put in charge of the Dragon Army.
Okay.
One of the reasons for this is Bean, Ender's shadow. Bean is Ender's Ender, effectively. But Bean is to Ender what Ender is to Graph.
Okay.
Which is Harrison Ford's character.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he is this. And this causes Ender to. And this very direct comparison between them causes Ender to have some bits of, like, resentment towards Bean initially, but also leads to Bean being like this very valued friend and army member, because Bean quickly becomes, since Bean is like Ender, very intelligent, very strategically minded, and very good at coming up with strategies. Ender basically assigns him to a special duty to come up with the things that Ender himself can't think of. The point that he gets his own special squad in the book that Ender can call on to do something that he can't think of in a situation where he is just strategically stuck.
Yeah, that's very different.
Yeah. And the change of that and the compressed time period also leads to some interesting. It leads to a difference in the final battle that's not ultimately important, but which bothers me, which is also a substantial amount of these notes. Which is the maneuver with the tether that Bean does. So there's, in the final fight, in the battle school, setup is Ender's team has a giant wall of obstacles in front of them so they can't see the enemy, and the enemy has this ring around their gate that they can hide behind for easy cover. And so, to figure out what the situation of the battle even is, they send Bean out with this tether attached to him so that he can loop around the obstacle in front to get a sense of so he can actually understand what the battle situation even is. In the movie, they do that, he swings out, he gets shot like 5 billion times, and then he gets brought back through the gate, and being brought back through the gate for some reason unparalyzes him and lets him just go back into the fight as if nothing happened. Which feels weird from a game design standpoint, but whatever. It's not a big thing. Who cares besides me?
No. Also, I was like,
And the
just a brief tangent, cause I was looking up, cause I was like, oh, I wonder what the actor who played Bean has been up to. I hope for his sake he's been doing all right. Uh, First of all, immediately before Ender's Game, he was in The Dark Knight Rises as Kid with Apple. Before that, he was uncredited in the film Valentine's Day as a character named Romeo Midnight, which is not a name a child should have. But since then, he is in the new Karate Kid movie that kind of came and went. But also, he played Red Dagger in Miss Marvel.
oh,
Yeah. So, that's something.
anyway, in the book, the tether not only gets actual setup before the fight, with a scene with him experimenting with it with his special team, but also like the entire idea of the tether is not just that it allows him to curve around objects; it's that it allows him to curve around while moving really, really fucking fast, so that no one can actually shoot him. Because every time like the tether rounds a corner, it gets functionally smaller, which gives him which shrinks the radius of his rotation, which causes him to get a burst of speed.
Okay.
So in the book, he does that maneuver, and he doesn't get shot once because he's just going too fast for it, which makes the tether feel like a better idea because it's shown working more effectively than in the movie, where he gets shot 5 billion times and only gets unparalyzed and becomes useful again because of arbitrary rule stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like it would have been a lot cooler cinematically too. You could have done the Quicksilver thing that everyone does, but it would have actually been before Days of Future Past, so I guess you'd be doing the over the hedge thing. But yeah.
Yes, but yeah. Yeah, okay. What's some more substantive thing? Oh, I guess here's another interesting thing. Not kind of interesting thing, but also an understandable change that leads into a problem that I think a problem that I have as a genuine problem, not just that I'm a petty asshole problem. Is that the characters are all aged up a few years for the movie. Because in the book, they're like 8 at the start.
Okay,
and
I was wondering about
and
that.
Ender ends the army, and Ender ends the war when he's like 11.
I was wondering about that. Obviously, done to relate more to the audience of like the Hunger Games and Divergent type thing.
Yeah. But also, there's a lot. But also, the younger a child is, the harder it is for them to be a good actor, just because of like.
Yeah. Well, like just
age
hard for the
restrictions, we'll say. So it would have been harder to get the film to work even as well as it did.
Yeah, specifically just because of the themes of this, but and I think they work fine in. I think they work again. I think they work fine in what we got, having not read the book.
Yeah.
But it would hit a lot harder if they were younger.
Yeah, it also leads into what. But it is still fine on its own. It does lead into a genuine problem that I have, which is that Bonzo is shorter than Ender.
See, I kind of liked that dynamic, because it's like, I actually did a similar thing when casting my senior capstone. Granted, I didn't have much to work with because 2 people auditioned and I needed 2 people. But one of my actors for my senior capstone, which was a staged reading of an original play I wrote, one of my actors was much shorter. It's meant to be it's two police officers. One is the superior, but then the power dynamic kind of shifts throughout the play. And granted, my play was a comedy, so I decided to make the shorter actor the superior, because I thought that would provide a fun and ironic dynamic between the two. And I do think that works on some level with I
It works for what they're doing in the
Yeah.
movie, but it
Moises Arias plays
runs
it
into
very
two
well.
yeah. It runs into one problem that it highlights one downside of the aging everyone up casting restriction, and ties into another problem that the movie has, because like in terms of being an adaptation, because it has been alluded to, a big idea in the book Ender's Game is the idea of empathy and understanding people,
Uh-huh.
which is, and that idea of, in order to like understand someone to the degree that you can like dismantle them strategically, you have to understand how they think to a point that you kind of love them because you understand them just that well.
Mm-hmm.
And part of how the book does this with the various characters who are antagonistic to Ender, or at least most of the various characters who are antagonistic to Ender, is that we understand that even if we don't like agree or empathize with their thought processes, we fully understand how they get to the point that they're at with their antagonism for Ender, and so we can understand Ender's pain when he has to go against them in a way that harms them.
Yep.
Like with Bonzo, like with the bully at the very beginning, like with Bernard in the book,
Mm-hmm.
to an extent, and with the bugs in the climax.
Mm-hmm.
And so with Bonzo, part of how this is done is that since they're all younger, differences in age lead to more pronounced differences in height, and Ender getting promoted into a regular army so fast means that he's noticeably smaller than everyone else just because of being younger.
Mm-hmm.
And this causes Bonzo to get upset for kind of the same reason in the movie, but in the movie it's played a bit more for laughs because of the size difference between them being inverted. Because Bonzo is annoyed that a soldier that he had that was capable and fully trained is getting replaced with not against his will, not just as someone inexperienced, but so small and unremarkable seeming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That it makes more sense for him to be upset about the situation and kind of resentful of Ender as a consequence. In
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the movie, he's just kind of a dick.
Yeah. That's fair. And yeah, while I do like what Moises Arias did with the character, I can understand hearing about that more. How the book version is, like a lot of the other characters in the book, a lot more nuanced.
We also get more understanding of why he grows to resent Ender to the point that he attacks him in the fucking showers.
Yeah.
Because in the movie, it's just him being a petty bitch about losing. In the book, it's stuff at the beginning with a longer sequence of Ender doing stuff in his army and being kind of insubordinate and actually insubordinate towards Bonzo in a way that pisses him off for reasons of Spanish honor, because the idea of that idea of Spanish honor is a thing that's present for the character in the book and leads to a number of the reasons why Bonzo doesn't like Ender, and also some of the ways Ender is able to manipulate Bonzo into more advantageous situations for Ender.
Yeah.
Like with the conversation where he convinces Bonzo to let Ender practice in a way that makes it look like Bonzo is being merciful rather than immediately losing an argument.
Yeah, and not only is Bonzo just petty for the sake of it, he also, like, there's a weird dynamic between them and Petra. Like,
Yeah.
Cause, like, does Bonzo have feelings for Petra? The movie's unclear, but, like, that seems to be, like, the only reason why he would care about Ender and Petra spending so much time together. But, like, it never actually confirms or denies that.
Yeah. The movie also seems to, like, I get the impression from the movie that there was an aborted romantic subplot between Ender and Petra at some point in the writing stage.
Yeah, because, like, they definitely have they definitely have chemistry, but, like, they don't which, granted, I'm glad they didn't go farther than they did with it.
Agreed.
Because that would be weird. Yeah. Because at one point, because, you know, at a certain point, Ender becomes her superior, and B, because they are kids.
Yeah.
Which, obviously, I don't have an issue with like, romance, with, like, kid romance in movie. Like, I liked Moonrise Kingdom. I thought it was cute, but, like, it would feel out of place here.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing, by the way, I'm guessing they don't necessarily have that romantic dynamic.
Oh god, there are no romantic plot lines in the book at all.
Yeah, figured.
From just reading the book, the closest thing... From reading the book, the only characters I could see someone arguing, having any feelings for each other are fucking Ender and Bean, and that's barely... I'm treating that as a massive fucking... I guess also Ender and Olay, but in both instances, those are massive fucking stretches.
Yeah.
And just because they're characters that interact enough to have emotional dynamics between each other on some level.
Yeah. There's also a weird amount of...
Whereas Petra is a important but notably smaller figure for Ender's life in the book.
Yeah, also, like, I mean, obviously, there isn't this dynamic between the two because they are siblings. But, like, how the film frames Valentine is how they would frame a love interest for Ender, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
In all fairness, the book also kind of has a similar framing.
Okay,
weirdness.
Yeah, that is weird, but all right.
That part is adaptationally accurate, but I still don't like it.
Yeah, no, that's weird. I do want to say one more thing before I'm sure you'll have a couple more things to say, but we should probably wrap this up somewhat soon.
Yeah.
To get on to the next thing. I do like how this film frames the final, even though, like, I mean, I knew about the twist. I had heard about the twist, obviously. But even if I didn't know the twist going in, I feel like this film telegraphs it pretty damn hard. And I'm guessing the book is a lot more subtle foreshadowing, I would guess.
Oh, absolutely. It is absolutely a lot more subtle about it. In part for a couple of reasons. One, the simulation isn't photorealistic in the book, so it feels more abstracted away from the actual events that are happening.
Mm-hmm.
And two, there is a period where Ender is using the simulation that isn't an abstracted version of the actual battles that are going on. It is just him learning the controls of the simulation and practicing strategies in it, which makes the twist that some of the fights were actually real more notable because some of them weren't.
Yeah.
And they're introduced it in a way where they weren't.
Yeah, and of course, like, you say some of the battles, we only really get the one in this.
We get 1.5, because we get the only fight that Ender loses in both the film and the book.
Oh, yeah.
I do not say that, and no, I must clarify the meaning of the words I say. I do not mean the only fight that Ender loses in the movie and the only fight he loses in the book. The only fight he loses between the movie and the book. Ender wins fucking every fight he gets involved in the book.
Okay. But
it's a small change, but it feels important to me emotionally, so I'm stressing it.
Yeah, and that is a change I can definitely understand, because it makes the hero look more flawed.
Yeah, it also is, I think, another example of a change that comes from needing to compress the story, because the thing that's a stand-in for from the book is during the campaign that they aren't told it's an actual campaign yet.
Mm-hmm.
We see enough of the campaign, and the campaign is shown to go on for long enough that it begins to have major psychological tolls on everyone involved, just from the stress of having to constantly do these fights.
Yep.
And leading to the sequence that the loss in the movie is a stand-in for, being a battle in which Petra has a full breakdown and just kind of emotionally and mentally implodes for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which Ender has to scramble to recover from in the battle.
Yeah.
And has to go on to adjust things for. So forcing him to swap out which of his commanders are in fights, so that they don't get burned out, even as he has to endure all the stress of every fight, leading to the final fight, where his strategy of shoot the planet is not just born from him thinking that it's a simulation. It's also meant to be a middle finger to the people, quote unquote, running the simulation, which is another thing that gets lost from the adaptation. The mental toll and frustration that Ender feels throughout the whole process of being made into this grand tactician, which breaks him down.
Yeah,
to the point that his most significant strategies are fuck yous.
Yeah, you get
to the game itself.
Yeah, you get little bits of his frustration throughout the film, but he never really acts upon that, apart from the part where he quits. But then he comes back anyway, so whatever.
Which is movie original, kind of.
Okay.
In the book, he just gets to go on leave to Earth because he clearly needs to go on leave for a bit.
Yeah.
Because Graf in the book actually gives a shit about Ender, despite the stuff that he's putting Ender through.
Oh, good. Even more nuance.
Graf
okay.
is just an asshole.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
Graf has a whole thing throughout the book, because each chapter in the book opens with Graf and, for a while, Anderson talking about the situation with Ender as both the theme setting for what's going on in the chapter and also insight into Graph's thought processes. And the big thing with Graph is that he likes Ender and is conflicted about the things that he's doing to Ender, but is convinced that he has to do them because he's genuinely afraid of the idea of the bugs coming back and wiping humanity out again, whereas in the movie, he's just kind of an asshole, and the preemptiveness of the attack is less justified because there's less of a sense of fear throughout everything.
Yeah, because, like, the bugs aren't actively attacking humanity. They only fight... from what we see, they only fight in self-defense. From what we see in the movie.
And it worked, and that detail is the same as in the book, but it just doesn't work as well because they don't have as much time to build up, like, the idea of fear of the bugs imminently attacking, which is built up through the Graph part of the plot line, which gets not excised, but wildly undermined by having Graph just kind of be an asshole.
Yeah, and you know what, that the way you say that, that is something that I could totally see working really well if they did a TV adaptation of this, because you could start every episode with that. Yeah. All that being said, one more positive thing I will say for the film is I do think the end of that final fight and the fallout of it, I think, are really well done. Like the shots of the planet burning. I may be biased because it was very evocative accidentally of the end of Dubbers, but but like I did genuinely feel like, oh shit, like even though I knew it was gonna happen, I was like, oh yeah, that just happened. And I think Asa Butterfield, again, I think he plays I think he plays it very well too, of like that realization of like, wait, why are we still watching this? And then him realizing that it was real, and him just being so distraught about that. I thought that was all really well done.
Yeah. They played the version of it in the movie quite well, yeah. It is a little different from in the book. The big detail that I will focus on, because it's the one that I feel like matters more in terms of the impact of the scene, is that in the book, they swap kind of who's celebrating. Because, as mentioned earlier, Ender and everyone else working with Ender they're exhausted, they're burnt out, they're frustrated, they're happy to be done, but they're not, like, celebrating in the way that they are in the movie. It's the military upper brass who are celebrating, which emphasizes their confusion and then their horror when they realize what has happened.
Yeah. Yeah, that I could see that working better, even though I do like how they did it in the movie. I thought it was good, but that was definitely my favorite part of the movie, was that end.
Yeah.
There.
Well, there's two other things that I feel like I should actually mention for this before I allow the conversation to move on.
Yeah, that's fine.
The first is the fantasy game. And the second is going to start with Mazer Rackham. So let's talk about the fantasy game first. In the movie, we've alluded to it. In the movie, there's a game that Ender plays where he's a mouse, and the mouse does things.
Yep.
You'll be shocked, in the book it's a bit more elaborate of a thing. They don't go much further into than the movie in explaining how the technology works, in terms of like reflecting Ender's thoughts into the game.
Mm-hmm.
But the game itself is much more loud, because in the movie is treated as just like this thing that is on like this iPad that the students get that they aren't supposed to really be able to have access to, but Ender was given access to it because it's such a special little boy. It's a game, in the book, it's a game that everyone has access to, but Ender gets fixated on.
Yeah.
And in terms of our perspective on it in the book, it starts with the Giant's drink game, where a giant comes forth to the mouse character that Ender's playing as, and offers him 2 drinks and tells him to drink one, but one of them is poisoned, and Ender always, and the one that you pick is always the poisoned one. And from
well, I just got the
Anderson
implication
Kraft,
that it's a Princess Bride situation and they're both poisoned.
Yeah, and the conversations between Anderson and Graff tell us that they're a little worried that he's so fixated on this specific part of the game because it is meant to be this unwinnable thing, and then they are surprised that Ender finds a way to win it by just killing the giant.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking the rules of the game, foreshadowing which ends up working as a foreshadowing to his strategies with the final battle school battle and the final war battle of defying perceived rules of the encounter.
Yeah.
This then goes on to a more extended sequence involving into a more extended sequence that gets brought back to throughout the book, with Ender returning through the game and seeing the giant's corpse more and more decayed, and eventually like a small city being built in it, which is just kind of a fun visual set piece. Ultimately leading to similar thing to what's in the movie, with the room with the mirror and the snake carpet, and Ender looks in the mirror and he sees his brother, because he has a big internal conflict in the book about being scared about the fact that he has the same potential for cruelty as Peter, because he doesn't like being cruel. He just keeps getting into positions where cruelty either happens or is perceived to him as necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's this much smaller thing in the movie, and in the book it's this much more recurring thing that ultimately ties into the final twist, which is that the bugs were psychically kind of communicating with Ender in order to hide an egg for like a queen of their species, because they're like ants. They have queens that make larger colonies.
Yep.
And they use the game to signal to Ender the location of the egg, so that Ender can take the egg and find a place somewhere in the universe to reintroduce the bug species.
Okay, that is silly, but it does at least explain why the game is able to play on his thoughts.
Yeah. Also, the bugs interacting with his thoughts and the game itself are partitioned in the book. Like, the bugs don't really start interacting with Ender's thoughts at all until he starts the war, because they don't know that they would need to interact with Ender's thoughts in the first place until the war actually starts.
Yeah.
They then use the imagery as a signal to Ender later on after the war, when Ender goes to a planet formerly colonized by the bugs and finds recreations of the images from the game.
Yeah.
Which only he would recognize, because he's the only person to get
to those sections of the game, in part because the game is a reflection of your own internal thought process, to a degree.
Yep.
Also, okay, smaller thing. The command center for the army ends up being on the alien planet that the egg is hidden on in the movie. In the book, it's on Eris, which is in the solar system, not in a different part of the galaxy.
Gotcha. What else were you gonna? Oh, and then Mazorakum.
Which means that the egg isn't hidden 5 feet from the human command center.
Yeah.
Which just feels silly, even if I get why they did it for the sake of expedience in the movie.
Yeah, but as much as I liked the end of the fight and the fallout of him realizing it was all real, everything after that I was like, wait, what are we doing now? It did feel like a lot they just tacked on something and yeah. Okay, real quick about Mazorakum. And then
Okay. So Mazorakum, played by Ben Kingsley in the movie, which I'd forgotten about.
Yeah, I also forgot about that, and I got flashbacks to Shang-Chi with sudden Ben Kingsley. Because that was the part of Shang-Chi that made me walk out, because I was like, this guy sucks. Yeah, no, I know you liked Shang-Chi more than I did, and you also, I forget, did you like Iron Man 3? I haven't seen Iron Man 3, so I knew that this was a controversial character. But I don't have any personal experience with him prior to Shang-Chi. I think I'm guessing I will like his implementation in Wonder Man better, because I am looking forward to Wonder Man. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked.
Yeah. Mazorakum, for people who haven't watched the movie or read the book, was the tactician from a previous invasion by the bugs, who managed to defeat them and save Earth from their invasion. Who then, as a twist, is revealed to be the final teacher for Ender going into the war section, and is framed and is set up as the red herring runner of the simulation that is in actuality Ender fighting the bugs for real. There are some smaller differences between the book and the movie, including compression, including the timeline of it getting wildly compressed. So the twist that Rackham is the teacher is that he didn't die during that final encounter, instead of he didn't die from old age because the previous invasion was 80 fucking years ago. Anyway, during the movie, he and Ender have a brief conversation where Rackham talks about the tattoos that he has on his face and how it's relevant to his culture and his heritage, and particularly his father. And he brings up the idea that his tattoos are his way of speaking with the dead, which is a specific call-out line. For 2 reasons. One of the big Ender's Game, my understanding, they're kind of 2 sequels to Ender's Game in terms of directness. There's Ender's Shadow, which focuses on Bean, and then there is Speaker for the Dead, which follows up on Ender's quest into space.
Okay.
Speaker for the Dead is also a massively important concept from
the epilogue of Ender's Game.
Mm-hmm.
Because, okay, so afterwards, so after the whole army stuff happens and Ender passes out and then a war happens and then Peter's brother solves the war and becomes king of Earth or whatever, Ender goes off with Valentine and Graf, I think, to help run one of the human colonies on Earth, on the alien planet, which is where he encounters the bugs, and the bug queen, instead of just tasking him with the movie itself is a queen itself that's alive and tasks Ender with doing what it needs to do with the egg. In the book, the egg itself communicates with Ender. There's no living queen attached to it. And one of the things that the egg does is psychically communicates to Ender the history of the bug, the history of their species, how they came to how they came to the provenance that they did, and also just means so that for Ender to more deeply understand where they came from, ultimately arriving at the idea that they forgive him for wiping them out because they understand that he didn't know.
Yeah.
A thing that Ender wasn't able to even do for himself up to that point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this really great sequence in the book about forgiveness and empathy that genuinely made me start crying when I reread it. And then it leads into the idea of the speaker for the dead, which is a role that Ender takes on and people end up copying, which is the idea that after someone dies, or in the bug's case, after the species dies, someone will take on the role of the speaker for the dead and tell their life story for both the good and the bad, completely in a way that allows everyone to fully understand the person who has passed on. And it's this culmination of the ideas of empathy in the book that the movie just entirely lacks, except for functionally the quote at the beginning of the movie. And in my opinion, that you can't properly adapt Ender's Game, the story, without also including that idea of the speaker for the dead, because the speaker for the dead as an idea is a culmination of so many of the ideas the book plays with, that removing it, even for the sake of time compression, functionally misses the point of the story.
Yeah.
Because it's not a story, because it's a story that's literally about a kid fighting aliens, but it's ultimately about ideas of empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so not having it makes the whole thing feel a lot more empty and makes a call out of the idea more annoying, because it feels like it's setting up the idea for the ending and then they just don't fucking do anything with it.
Yeah. They were like, Pixar will take care of it in 4 years. It was like, as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, like in Coco. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess let's move into final thoughts so we can get to the Big Brother thing. My final thoughts are disappointing, misses kind of the point. Mm-hmm. The actors largely do a good job of what they're given.
Yeah.
So good for them. But it would be great if Orson Scott Card did not become a benefactor of royalties for the Ender's Game series, so that they could do an Ender's Game TV show or whatever and adapt it proper this time.
Yeah. Yeah, my final thoughts, again, at the beginning I said it's fine, it's passable. Hearing you explain the differences between this and the book makes me a lot more frustrated with this movie, because it's like, yeah, we could have gotten something a lot better.
Anyway, go find a used copy of Ender's Game so that Scott Carter doesn't get the money for the purchase, or just go to a library, I guess, and read Ender's Game.
Yeah.
It's a really good book. It deserves to be read. It deserves to be read, even if the creator is an asshat.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
do it in a way that doesn't give him money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And now, we'll see how Ender fares in this game, because we are doing something that I've wanted to do for a while. This is inspired by the Dead Meat podcast. Every year when there is a new season of Survivor, or I get they do 2 a year, so it's not just once a year. But they've done 6 of them at this point. They do essentially what is a one-shot D&D campaign that is simulating a season of Survivor with a bunch of characters from horror films. It's super fun. I've never watched Survivor, but it is super fun even for someone who isn't into Survivor to hear them talk through like the challenges and the dynamics between these characters being put together. And while I have never watched Survivor, I'm a big fan of Big Brother, which is essentially Survivor but in a house. For those who don't know how Survivor or Big Brother works.
I just remembered. I haven't watched Survivor, but I have watched a clear Survivor knockoff called Endurance.
Yeah. But something.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Something that they talk about on the Dead Meat podcast is that Survivor isn't necessarily just a show about surviving the elements. It is a social strategic game, where a bunch of people are put together in an isolated area. In Survivor's case, it's an island. In Big Brother's case, it is a house. They are pitted against each other in competitions. They have to vote people out until there's, 2 or 3 left, and two in Big Brother's case, and then, after there's 2 left, previously evicted house guests who have formed a jury will vote on who they think deserves to win. People form alliances, there's backstabbing, all that stuff. It's very much like a, it's not high art or anything, but it is good entertainment. And so I wanted to do something similar. Obviously, we talk about a lot more than just horror films on this. We hardly ever talk about horror films, in fact. So we're doing a season of Big Brother with a bunch of different characters from films we've either watched for the podcast or just seen together outside of the podcast, whether it be just for fun, or we've got one rep for Miserable Movie Monday. Jacob's also here. We essentially took turns drafting characters for this season during our previous episode of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door. So the cast that we have assembled includes Jacob Nelson from real life,
Hello, everyone.
From the Elle from the Death Note movie, Addison Wells from the zombie franchise, from the Disney Channel original movie series Zombies. I have not watched the 4th one yet. But I will at some point. We have Zorro. We'll be sticking obviously, I don't think Zorro as a character changes much through the iterations, but we'll be mostly going off of the Antonio Banderas iteration as seen in the Legend of Zorro that we have watched. Yep. Tanya Chessum Lee from Mamma Mia. This is the Christine Baranski character, the real horny one. Moses from The Prince of Egypt. We have
Amanda. Forgot about that.
Yeah, we have Amanda Waller from the DCU. Obviously, mostly going off of the Suicide Squad, and you haven't seen Creature Commandos, but
I've seen. Where is it? I've seen up to the first half of the Weasel episode of Creature Commandos, and then I stopped for some reason, and I need to go back to finish it.
Yes, you do. We have Leonard Shelby from Memento. We have Peter Lowe from Vampire's Kiss. That's Nick Cage's character. We have Ender Wiggin from Ender's Game. We have Birdie J from Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery. That's the Kate Hudson character who thinks that sweatshops are where you make sweatshirts. We have Queen Victoria from Pirates Band of Misfits. We have Jane Foster from the MCU. And we have Mother Superior from Silent Night, Deadly Night. Technically part 2, because that's the one Jacob's seen, but it also basically has the entirety of the first movie in there. And that's kind of the iteration we're going to go with, because we don't want her confined to a wheelchair for this game. That would be lame, because she wouldn't be able to compete in like half the competitions. So we'll stick with Silent Night, Deadly Night 1 iteration. But there's a Big Brother's known for his twists, and I have a first twist for you, because I just named 14 characters, and on a normal season of Big Brother, there are 16 contestants. So, coming in from their respective seasons of Dead Meat's Horror Survivor, from season 3, we have Rose the Hat from Dr. Sleep competing. And from season 6, we have Hercule Poirot.
Hey.
So, yeah. I knew I wanted to include some characters that they had included on Horror Survivor. And they included Hercule Poirot because Haunting in Venice is technically a horror movie. And yeah, and when I was choosing what characters I wanted to put in this, I initially started this before they did the 6th one, and I was going to have some very different veterans from the Horror Survivor, and then they did season 6 and announced Hercule Poirot was going to be in it, and I'm like, oh, I have to do that. I have to have Hercule Poirot. It's like, that's one that can actually play to Jacob, because, like, the other characters, like, I was considering Pamela Voorhees, I was considering Hannibal Lecter, I was considering Seymour from Little Shop of Horrors, but, like, most of those characters you only have, like, vague knowledge of, so I was very happy that they included Hercule Poirot, so I could have another character that you could actually contribute to the discussion of. So
now we get to. I enjoy that immediately seeing the lineup. For me, the first hardest question to figure out what the answer would even be to would be just who gets voted off first. Not because, who would you vote off first? More obviously, but a number of the characters are particularly like annoying or unlikable as people and would absolutely get voted off first.
Yeah, but what we'll have to figure it out is like, alliances forming. So like who's gonna be and I copied the list and put it into the Discord chat for you so that you have a visual reference. I've got them all on little slips of paper.
Thank you.
So but before they get a chance to interact with each other, they're thrown immediately into the first head of household competition. So how the competitions work in Big Brother is each week starts with a head of household competition, and whoever wins this competition is becomes the head of household, and they are safe from eviction. But they also have the responsibility of nominating 2 other house guests for eviction. Then in the middle of the week, they have a veto competition where whoever wins that competition can potentially pull one of the nominees down, and then the head of household replaces that nominee with a different nominee. And then the rest of the house votes on who to evict. And also, Big Brother usually has, like, an overarching theme for each season. Like, last season was all, like, AI themed, but not in, like, a cringy, like, stealing from artists way. It was done in more of, like, it was done in more of, like, a Terminator sci-fi type thing, where, like, this AI was taking over the game and, like, wanted to destroy the world. So, like, that was fun. I don't have necessarily a theme for the season itself, because obviously, we're already, throwing in all these movie characters, but
yeah,
I did...
I think it's already kind of movies we've watched.
Yeah. Yes, but I did theme most of the competitions around films I watched in film school. The first one's going to be an exception, but essentially throughout the themes, we'll be going through, like, essentially film history chronologically from the beginning of film to the end of the 20th century. Because that's just how it lined up with how many competitions I needed. So, this first one is the only one that's not based on a film that I specifically watched in film school, but that is because it is based on the first ever film, quote-unquote, The Horse in Motion. Of course, of the black man riding on a horse that's, like, a second long. So, this first competition is called Horse in Motion, and essentially, it is going to be a mechanical bull type thing. Whoever can stay on the longest becomes the first head of household.
Right.
Now, here's a question we have to answer in order to figure out who's going to win this. When we're dealing with Jane Foster, at what point are we dealing with Jane Foster in the MCU? Is this pre-Powers of Thor? Or is she gonna have the powers of Thor? Because if she has
that's hard, because if she has the powers of Thor, she kind of almost automatically wins most physical challenges.
Yes. Yes.
This one, I don't think you would give her the automatic win in, because this is more of a test of, like, not just balance, but more of a balance test versus, like, a strength.
Yeah, it's like endurance, like you have to hold on to this, like, mechanical bowl type thing and, like, just stay on for dear life. So do we want to go with Powers of Thor, Jane Foster, or are we gonna go pre-Powers of Thor? Granted, this was an Alex suggestion, and Alex we were talking specifically in relation to Love and Thunder.
I think in the spirit of the suggestion, it should probably be Powers of Thor,
okay.
Jane Foster.
In that case, I still think she might win that, because, like, who else do we have that could? I mean,
Queen Victoria. One of the twists there was that she was more, like, agile and whatnot than she seems, so she's going to do better than I think we would initially think.
And she also, as we established in the death battle between Darwin and Peter, they kind of have some cartoon physics going on with them, so
yeah.
With this, of course, being an argument.
A number of these characters would not last terribly long. It's not a lot of reason to think Peter Lowe would last super long.
Yeah.
Leonard might forget that. Leonard might do fine
Here's
for all I know, but
here's the other thing.
Weirdly, him forgetting the fact that he was on a mechanical bull isn't as much of a hindrance, but it will make it harder for him to keep balance in the long term.
I don't think his memory is necessarily going, because I don't think he'll stay on long enough to forget why, like, he's on the mechanical bull. I don't think that would necessarily hinder his performance.
It distinctly gives him a disadvantage in the long term of the game, assuming the game, if the game lasts long enough, which, with, like, a character like Jane Foster's Thor, would end up being, like, endurance might functionally be irrelevant just because a character like that should be able to, in theory, last a long time without getting tired.
Yeah. I'm looking at for this competition, I'm specifically looking at Jane Foster. I think the only other people that I could see maybe beating her in this are Zorro, Queen Victoria, and Rose the Hat.
I think those are the front runners. Ender, I think, would last a while because his stuff, particularly in the movie, isn't exactly physically unintensive. Like, in the movie, he has a whole martial arts class. Stuff like maintaining balance is a thing he has would have an edge in over the characters like Birdie, for example. I don't think it's enough to give him the win, though, with this cast.
No, not against these, like, pretty physical threats. And Rose the Hat is in a similar boat to Jane Foster, where, like, her strength is supernatural. Like she's like this
that
more.
Said, I think Addison might be the dark horse for this because of all the cheerleading bullshit that happens in Zombies. She's functionally. She gets close. I would argue she gets close enough to cartoony cheerleader nonsense that she would actually be pretty good at riding the bull.
I guess that's a good point. Addison could do well at this, but like,
and I would outlast book Hercule Poirot easily. Movie Hercule Poirot, I think I might lose to, but book Poirot, I would absolutely beat at a bull riding competition.
Okay, here's something I need to go, because I have, without giving too much away, I also need to know, we also need to figure out who would last the least amount of time on this comp. Because of something. So, like,
that's really hard, because
do you think you'd last longer?
Here, the lowest is a reasonably normal person.
Yeah. Do you think you would last long? I think my question is, because I think it's easy. I think it's easier to figure out who will last the least amount of time. Do you think you can last longer than Mother Superior?
Yes.
Okay. I think
I do in fact think that I'm probably better. I have also ridden on a mechanical bull once.
Okay.
Because there's a restaurant/bar nearby with one, and I did it once.
Yeah.
And it went fine. So I think I could outlast the really old nun.
Yeah, and realistically, like, I don't think there's anyone else here who will do worse than her. Actually, Moses will do...
Maybe Tanya or Birdie might do worse just because of, like in Birdie...
They're not going to last. They're not going to last long, but they're going to do better than Mother Superior just because of age.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, they're more in their prime. Moses will do decently at this too, actually, because he does like the chariot racing with his brother as a teen.
He probably has horse riding experience that'll probably give him an edge over a lot of the cast here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like realistic as far as like just hanging on. Do we really think anyone's gonna beat Jane Foster with the powers of Thor? Like,
I want to try and put forth arguments for Queen Victoria or Rose the Hat, but I really can't.
Yeah, like those are definitely the closest, but yeah, I think just because Jane Foster is a goddess in this scenario, yeah. But like Queen Victoria and Rose the Hat definitely put up a fight, and we also see decent showings from Addison, Zorro, Moses, and Ender, I'd say. But yeah. So that means Jane Foster is our first head of household and is immune from eviction this week, and will eventually have to choose the first 2 house guests to be nominated for eviction. Before that, Mother Superior gets pulled into the diary room, which is the place where they essentially do confessionals, and if there's some sort of, like, individual twist that needs to be revealed to a person, this is where that happens. And this is where that is going to happen, because this season of Big Brother has the twist of the underdog powers. Mother Superior is the only one told about this twist initially, but for the first 3 head of household competitions, whoever gets last place will be given a special power at random. Or, you know what? To make things interesting, I will, because sometimes they give the names of the powers and let whoever the house guest is going to, the house guest who wins the power gets to choose just based on the names, not necessarily knowing what they do. So, Mother Superior will hear the names of the powers and then will decide which one she decides to pick. So we have the Flip the Script power, the Veto Recast power, and the Director's Cut power. So based on those names, which one do we think Mother Superior would gravitate? Probably Director's Cut, right? Because, like, she's very authoritative. Like, that sounds like something that would give her some, like of the films that sounds like the most powerful to her, in her mind, probably.
Possibly, I could also see Flip the Script sounding appealing to her because it gives her a lot of power. Like, in the same vein, it gives her a lot of potential. I guess it sounds like something that would give a lot of power over a situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see her picking either of these. You know what? I'll roll for it. Evens.
All right.
Evens, she picks Director's Cut. Odds, she picks Flip the Script. Okay, she picks Flip the Script. This is the most exciting power I came up with. At least I like the idea that, because this isn't something I've seen them do. The other ones are, like, loosely based on stuff I've seen them do, but I came up with this idea as, like, a really unique idea for a power. So, during any upcoming eviction vote, we'll say that these powers are good until jury. Which is after there are only 11 house guests left. So, for any of the next 5 evictions, Mother Superior can play this Flip the Script power, and activating this during an eviction will reverse everyone's votes. So every vote will count towards the opposite house guest that the person voted for. So, like, let's say, for the sake of just simplicity, let's say Jacob and Zorro are on the block. If everyone votes for Zorro and Mother Superior plays the Flip the Script power, all those votes count for Jacob and Jacob gets evicted. So that's a very interesting power for Mother Superior of all people to have. That's gonna be dangerous. Alright, now we should take a look at our characters and decide, because now they have some time before Jane Foster has to nominate 2 house guests. So we have to look at some dynamics and figure out who's going to be teaming up with who. The team up that's immediately jumping into my mind is Hercule Poirot and Elle.
Yeah, that immediately jumps to my mind as well.
Like, and here's the thing.
It also jumps to my mind as one that might be unstable over the long term, though.
True. I could definitely see them having a falling out, but right now I think they're going to form a very strong.
They're both the really smart detective characters. They have there's a natural gravity between them.
And
they're probably going to team up initially.
And here's the thing: is that a lot of house guests will hide what their actual job is when they enter the Big Brother house, and like, just to make them look like less of a threat. Like lawyers will not disclose that they're actually lawyers. So I think Hercule Poirot and Elle will probably not tell anyone they're detectives, but both of them are gonna figure out the other one is a detective immediately.
Okay, here's what I'm actually going to argue with you here. I think Hercule Poirot is immediately going to talk about him being a detective.
You don't think he'll strategically be like, that makes me look like a threat? I mean, he's been on Survivor before. He's been on Horror Survivor. So
But here's the thing. He's also kind of a showboat. He loves making a big dramatic deal of himself, and revealing himself as this world-famous detective would absolutely do that.
Okay.
And it would also present him to people as a potential, and it would also help him with, like, trying to gain alliances potentially, because it would make him seem more, like, smart and strategic, more, like, smart and It would help him pitch himself as someone who could be helpful with, like, more intellectual challenges, because he wouldn't be able to sell himself on, because he might not be able to sell himself on like being helpful at all in terms of being someone to ally with when physical challenges are in play, because Hercule Poirot isn't physically terribly. It's not physically great, and so it's unlikely to be put into a good position by a physical challenge.
Fair enough. And also, now that I'm thinking about it, with the twist being that both Rose the Hat and Hercule Poirot came here from, like, having previously competed on Horror Survivor, the house guests would probably know that, because a couple seasons ago they had a Survivor vet on there and everyone got excited about it. So, like, yeah, we'll say that, like, even if he doesn't outright announce himself as which he would anyway, you're right. People will know who Hercule Poirot and Rose the Hat are because of Horror Survivor. So yeah, but I think they'll definitely team up. I think Birdie J will be drawn to them because she's definitely enthralled by Benoit Blanc in Glass Onion. Mm-hmm. She'll be drawn to them. And they'll probably, like, reluctantly allow her into the alliance, but, like, if it gets to the final three, she's obviously out. Like, she's obviously lower on the totem pole, but they'll team up with her for the numbers.
I think, also, to fix it on Hercule Poirot for a second longer, I think he's pretty good at, like, schmoozing. Mm-hmm. In general, like, he'd be in terms of trying to get an alliance set up, he'd be pretty good at. I think he would be pretty good at doing that for the most part. Yeah. I think it would, as mentioned earlier, I think he would have trouble with some characters in the long term, like Elle, because he also very much likes being the smartest person in the room.
True.
Much to the chagrin of particularly other detectives around him, meaning that there is a very direct opportunity for friction to form if Poirot is in a position to outsmart any other given particularly smart character.
Yeah. And also, Hercule is not as much, like, he's not as socially awkward as Elle, for sure.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, he'll definitely be able to, like, bring in more numbers for them. Who do you gravitate towards in this group? Like, who do you realistically see yourself teaming up with, if anyone?
Oh.
Another alliance I actually see.
I think, oh god, I think I would attempt of these. A few that jump out to me is like Hercule Poirot and Jane Foster for like familiarity bias, for example. As same goes for Ender, even though it's movie Ender more so than book Ender.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd probably try to make some kind of alliance set up with Amanda Waller, because Amanda Waller is very much a schemer.
Yeah.
And I would very much not want to be on the butt end of I would not want to be on the receiving end of a scheme from her. And while being an ally wouldn't keep me from being in that position, it'll make me feel less likely to be in that position.
Yeah, that's here's an interesting. We have two very much like ringleader. Well, actually, we've got a lot of like ringleader type characters here. Like Amanda Waller's definitely a ringleader type. Rose the Hat for sure. Mother Superior wants to be, but I don't know how likely. Here, Mother Superior is gonna want so badly to team up with Moses, but Moses is gonna see right through her.
Shit, you're right. For some reason, I didn't even clock that, but you're right.
Like, I was looking at it, like, after we decided all that, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting dynamic. I think Moses and Addison will get along, because both of them want to help the people who are discriminated against and who are they help the downtrodden.
They have a common ground, even if they have a common ground to work from emotionally with each other.
For sure, yeah. So I think they'll click. Here's the thing with Leonard Shelby. In Big Brother, you're normally not allowed to, like, bring any sort of, like, pen, pencil, or paper into the house because it can give you an advantage. Because because there are a lot of memory-based... Like, there are competitions where you have to remember what happened during the season. But I could see them making an exception for Leonard because it is a disability that he has. And a couple seasons ago, there was a deaf contestant on Big Brother that they did a really bad job of accommodating in one particular hearing-based challenge. So I could see them allowing him to have some writing. Maybe not like a piece. Maybe like he can have his tattoo pen or a tattoo needle. So like he can tattoo stuff on himself to help himself in the game. Just so that he can remember like who like. Just so he can remember who people are, like, or maybe he gets his like Polaroid and like.
I was gonna say probably the Polaroid makes a little more sense.
Yeah,
because it's more like attached to him as like iconography, and also like it just feels.
Yeah, he can have his Polaroid to take.
It feels impractical to have a guy like tattooing himself in the corner.
Yeah.
Whenever something's happening.
Yeah, that's fair. I didn't even think of that. In that case, he's also an investigator. Do you think he would gravitate towards Hercule Poirot and Elle's alliance? Do you think? Because he was an insurance investigator, so.
I could see him doing something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's very much like trying to be a detective, trying to find his wife's killer. You know, even though it turns out he's his wife's killer, but
it's the killer, yeah.
But Tanya is gonna have the hots for Zorro. Like she definitely like he's the exact type of like exotic man that she's into.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I don't know how
Zorro want to ally with.
Yeah, I don't know how into that he would be.
I kind of want to say Zorro and Jane Foster gravitate just because they have the superhero thing going on, but I don't know if I can justify that beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that just kind of heroic, and maybe they kind of team up with. I could see them also gravitating towards Addison and Moses in that regard.
Yeah.
I also think Addison is going to have a lot of empathy for Peter Lowe, who thinks he's a vampire.
You know what?
Obviously, he's not a vampire.
Yes, I also like this angle.
But obviously, he's not actually a vampire. But like, she will definitely be like kind to him and like, like, probably try to be like to her other like alliances. Be like, yeah, Peter Lowe. It just be nice to him or whatever. That said, Rose the Hat is also gonna try to manipulate the hell out of Peter Lowe, I feel like, because she's also kind of a vampire.
Yeah.
So like and I don't know which direction Peter Lowe will be more he's probably gonna gravitate more to Rose the Hat, but also he'll like he could say he's with Addison and the others, but like he's definitely going to be more gravitating towards Rose the Hat, just because he's very allured by the idea. Like it stresses him the hell out, but he's also very allured to being a vampire.
Yeah.
Amanda Waller.
I think Amanda Waller. Okay. I don't know if there's anyone in particular she would gravitate towards purely genuinely, but I think there's a number of characters here she'd gravitate towards to try and make alliances with. Like Jane Foster, for example, immediately strikes me as someone she would try to get hooks into, I guess is a way to put it.
I actually feel like...
And because she's used to dealing with a lot of superheroes, so that's a familiar territory for her. She'd probably think that she could make something work there.
But...
whether or not that would work coming from Jane's perspective,
yeah,
it's another thing, but I think Amanda would at least try to set that up at the beginning.
Yeah,
especially because being quote-unquote friends of someone who is a shoe-in for most physical challenges is probably a thing a lot of characters here are going to try and lean in on.
Yes, but I also think that she is going to, I also think she's probably going to, she wants to get Jane Foster out as soon as possible, because she sees that as a Superman level threat that like, and she's going to want to assemble an alliance. She's going to want to assemble a Suicide Squad to like mitigate that threat. I think Ender is definitely who like maybe the first person she pulls into that. Not just because it's Viola Davis, but because because she can see that killer instinct within him.
She'd also probably be able to read like the military experience that Ender has. So probably think that she can manipulate him through that, which really interesting dynamic, because Ender would probably immediately start hating her if she tried to leverage things in that way.
Yeah.
Because Ender is not particularly a fan of the military apparatus by the end of either version of Ender's game.
You know what? I feel like she would also probably... I could see her and Rose the Hat maybe ally, like, in a reluctant alliance.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's... Because Rose the
that.
Hat is more of an enchantress type, like, in her eyes, that she can pull in for the power that she thinks she might be able to control.
Now, a question that I want to throw out is, who do you think Queen Victoria would try to get an alliance with? Or would she even try to get an alliance with anyone? Because she has that superiority of the nobility about her, and there's not a lot of characters here that she'd probably view highly enough just by first impressions of like class to want to schmooze with.
Yeah, that's yeah, cuz like okay, so we say like you kind of gravitate like you might not have like a strong alliance per se, but like you get along with you probably get along with Hercule and Elle. You said you also gravitate toward like strategically gravitate towards Amanda and Ender.
Yeah. Probably also like probably also like I probably also get along reasonably in this context with characters like Edison and Zoro and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone here who like you're like who's outright going to like not get a like like actively dislike you.
Yeah. I am just some guy in the context of this.
Yeah, you're kind of a yeah, I mean, you might be a bit of a floater, but at least like for now you're a number for like everyone kind of would see you as a number. The only
I'm a number on the board. I'm easily recruitable into alliances of mild levels of trust.
Yeah. The only two people that seem to be completely on the outs are Queen Victoria and Mother Superior.
Yeah.
Do you think they would get along? I don't know.
I think their personality traits are too similar to get along on some level, because I think they're too invested in themselves.
Yeah.
Being superior to be fully willing to commit to alliance with someone else like that.
Yeah. So yeah.
I think Mother Superior might be willing to try, but also since she's not like the Pope, she is like a more regular member of the clergy, so I don't even know if Queen Victoria would give her the time of day, and that might set her off.
Oh, I just thought of another dynamic that might present some issues, because we did say that like initially Jane Foster and Zoro kind of gravitate towards like the Addison and Moses duo, but is Moses gonna view Jane as like a false god?
Oh.
Like, cause he's very devoted to his god. Like, does he maybe see her as like a false god and maybe not want to?
Okay, at first no, because at first they don't know each other super well. So Jane at the beginning to everyone is just the person who is very clearly good at physical stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe can do magic. I don't know if it would come up during the mechanical. But as it goes on, I think he would gravitate away from Jane Foster for the reasons you just said, because of the religious stuff.
Yeah, like obviously, like, and probably a lot of people are gonna see Jane Foster as the biggest threat right now. But obviously, she's safe right now. So, looking at this from Jane Foster's perspective, do you think she just goes for, like, the easy noms and puts up Queen Victoria and Mother Superior? Or do you think... Because they're the ones on the outs. They don't really have any alliances. Obviously, you know, people don't necessarily know all of each other's alliances, but, like... You know, it would be pretty obvious that, like, those two aren't really getting along with anyone else.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they are the obvious two to pick, and she would probably go with them just because at this point she wouldn't know everyone else enough to have someone she's particularly invested in getting out of the game. Like, if it was farther in, she'd probably try to get Amanda Waller out, because, like, they'd probably clash personality-wise by that point. But at the beginning, I think it is probably just Queen Victoria and Mother Superior that she would be up for voting at, because no one else would present themselves badly by that point.
Yeah. Okay, so Queen Victoria and Mother Superior are the first ones nominated. Now we have to pick veto noms. I need a Okay, so the way the veto competition works is that it is a competition between the head of household, the 2 nominees, and 3 players selected at random. They like draw chips out of a bowl. And the other interesting thing is that they can pull a chip, which I forgot to write down, so I'm gonna write them down now. They can pull a house guest choice chip. Where if they pull that, they get to choose who, they get to choose someone to compete. So, Jane Foster, as the head of household, picks a chip first, and she draws Addison Wells. Okay?
Alright.
Queen Victoria draws Amanda Waller. Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
And Mother Superior draws Peter Lowe. Okay, so these 6 are going to be competing in the first veto competition. And the first veto competition is a slip to the moon, based on a trip to the moon. House guests, basically, they have little cups that they are filling with liquid. And they have to run back and forth between the filling station and a tube that they have to pour the liquid into. And they have to pour enough liquid into the thing where, like, there's a little ball in the tube, and they have to pour in enough liquid to make the ball float to the top so they can grab it. And the first one to do that successfully wins. Also, the floor is covered in slippery foam and slime, and obviously a lot of slow motion playback in the edit of the episode to show people falling on their butts. And yeah.
Alright. Well, Mother Superior seems to be at an immediate disadvantage, which kind of works to her advantage, but no one knows it yet.
True.
Because, like, she is the old lady. She eventually, like, ends up in a wheelchair, so, like, probably something already a little wrong with her legs. I don't remember the reason she ends up in the wheelchair.
Because she had a stroke.
I'm assuming. Stroke, yes, right. I forgot about that.
Yes, that also disfigured.
Old lady, probably not the best at this particular challenge.
That also disfigured half her face, somehow.
Forgot about that as well.
Yeah. Oh man, Queen Victoria might actually do really well at this just because of her cartoon physics. Like,
Queen Victoria would probably be pretty good at it. Jane would probably be, because she has to keep the water in the cup while transferring it, she'd probably not be as advantaged in this as she would for other physical challenges, because, like,
yeah,
she couldn't just, like, jump it.
Yeah, it's
because the water would go flying out.
Yeah, it's about balance, like, which, like, she'd probably do fine, but yeah, this isn't necessarily one where her god powers give her a distinct advantage. Addison also probably does well.
Addison probably does pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think
and part because, like,
yeah. Because, like, the cheerleader stuff.
I feel like there was something in, like, the cheerleader obstacle course that's vaguely relevant to this, but I can't remember what that would have been.
Yeah. Peter Lowe's not doing well.
No, he's not.
Amanda Waller...
But is he doing worse than Mother Superior?
Yeah. Amanda Waller doesn't really have an advantage or a disadvantage here, but I don't think she's doing particularly well.
She does fine.
Yeah. So it's probably between Addison and Queen Victoria. With Jane Foster behind them. So, like, cheerleader versus... Oh, but you know what else I just thought of? not only does she have
yes.
not only does she have the cartoon physics, but as a queen, she probably went through that training where you have to balance the book on your head. That's in all the damn princess movies. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
She's probably done that.
She's probably really good at balance.
Because she's very prim. Because she's very, at least outwardly, prim and proper. Obviously, she turns into a bit of a psychopath. You know what? I just realized Amanda Waller would probably gravitate towards recruiting Queen Victoria, maybe. Or at least try to, because she kind of got that, like, crazy, that Harley Quinn crazy going on a little bit. I don't know if Queen Victoria would be responsive to that recruitment, but...
That's a good point. She'd probably be able to... Also, with all the people she has interacted with, she'd probably be able to see past the... Probably one of the earlier characters to see past the mask of properness.
Yeah, for sure.
To the...
Yeah. So I think Queen Victoria takes it.
Yeah, I think Victoria takes it. I agree.
That means she wins the power of veto and obviously would use it on herself. So Jane Foster then has to name a replacement nominee, and there's not really anyone else that's on the outs. I mean, well, yeah. Because it could be... Because she could try to get someone to volunteer as a pawn just to get out Mother Superior. But then Mother Superior would...
Superior would be...
I mean, but they don't know
Jane
that.
Jane doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Jane doesn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
But also, does she dislike Mother Superior enough to pull that kind of a move yet?
Well, I mean, it's just like, I mean, Queen Victoria and the Mother Superior were the easy noms, but now she has to nominate someone who has alliances, or at least, like, doesn't, like, rub everyone the wrong way. So, like, I think she, like... Oh, fuck. So, like, a lot of times in these scenarios, like, they'll nominate someone who, like, gets along with everyone and who nobody necessarily has a reason to vote out. Even if they're on, like, separate alliances, like, they're, like... Like, who is a character that, like, everyone would, like, get along... Oh, no. I'm, like, a character that, like, no one would get along with, or like, everyone would get along with, and no one would really have a reason to get out, because they haven't been shown to be, like, a threat at this point. I'm kind of looking at, like... Like, I'm looking at you, Tanya, and Birdie J. Granted, those two might annoy some people.
I'm also looking at those three.
But, like, oh, man. Fuck. Like... Who would...
The thing is,
I think you probably get along with more people.
I think she...
You probably get along with more people than either of the other two. But would Jane be able to convince you to go up as a pawn? Keep in mind, you in-game don't know about Mother Superior's... That's the tricky part with playing with you as a real person who's also co-commentating this. Because I feel like it's either you, because you get along with everyone and no one would want to vote you out, or Birdie J, because she could be easily convinced to go up as a pawn because she's not smart.
Yeah. I lean towards Birdie because I think I would just be apprehensive about putting myself in that position so soon. Because, like, in this scenario, I am already trying to smooth a little bit with the big strategic minds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would immediately
Yeah.
be okay with that risk, even if I was reasonably confident that I wouldn't get voted out.
Yeah. And
But because I'm vaguely aware that shenanigans can happen in reality TV.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would trust being on that podium to begin with.
Yeah, and I think that might cause some tension between you and Jane, but I think at this point in the game, she is definitely the type of person to, like, not... She would put up Birdie J, I think. Just because of that. Just because Birdie J is willing to go along with it, and she doesn't want to, like, cause... She doesn't want to cause any rifts that she doesn't need to, Jane.
Yeah.
So, Birdie J goes up. I assume it's a unanimous vote to get out Mother Superior, and she knows it's happening, so she plays her power, and Birdie J is eliminated.
It does very much seem like that's how this immediately plays out, yeah.
Fuck. Oh, immediately making very powerful use of the favorite power I came up with. So, yeah, everyone...
And also immediately revealing to everyone that the loser can get powers.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oh.
That's going to throw on... Oh, that's going to throw a wrench in all of strategy plans.
Oh, fuck, I forgot about a twist in this. Oh, fuck. That doesn't happen, actually.
Yes.
I forgot about a twist I put in this. There's actually There's actually not a vote for the first eviction. They have to compete in a competition, and the winner stays, and the loser is evicted. I forgot I put that in. Because that was something... Because this was a thing they were gonna do in the first week of Big Brother 24 or 5? A couple seasons ago, they were gonna do this. They were gonna have a twist where the two people on the block had to compete, and the loser went home instead of being voted. But then someone quit the game, so they just didn't have an eviction that week because someone quit the game. Oh fuck. So
in that case, I kind of
okay. So here is the competition.
Superior can't use her veto power.
Yeah.
So it comes down to what the competition ends up being.
Yeah. So the competition, and this is just between Birdie J and Mother Superior. They are in, like, essentially a dark obstacle course. Like, they cannot see anything. And they have to find two objects, a key and a baby. This is based on the short film Suspense. They have to find a key and a baby doll, and then get to the exit with both of those, and use the key to unlock the exit. But they can't see a thing. They're just going base completely untouched. And usually in this, there's, like, kind of, like, slime they have to go through, it's a mess in there.
Things to produce dramatic reactions for the camera.
Yes, exactly. So between Birdie J and Mother Superior,
my initial reaction is that I give the edge to Mother Superior because I feel like Birdie J is more likely to get confused and lost in the maze
and
of things.
Flustered. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I think you're totally right, because Mother Superior would be able to, like, focus, especially because she knows, like, she is on the outs. This is a surprise win for Mother Superior. She doesn't even have to reveal her power, and Birdie J goes home. Holy shit. This is getting interesting, and everyone is like...
Alright.
Like, holy shit. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so now we go on to the next head of household competition. And here's the thing with Big Brother that makes it, I think, more interesting than Survivor. Because on Survivor, you can win immunity over and over and over and just steamroll the game. With Big Brother, you cannot win HOH 2 times in a row. So Jane Foster can't compete in this competition. Not that I think Not that I think she would have an advantage in this competition per se, because it's not a physical comp, but just so you know, that is how that works. She does not have to, she doesn't get to compete in this head of household competition.
That makes sense from a balancing perspective. I like that.
Yep. The fact that this isn't a thing in Survivor screwed over Season 3 so badly because they included Megan as a character, and Megan's an android. And just steamrolled the entire game because no one could beat her in a competition. It's funny, because Rose the Hat is here. The reason Rose the Hat got out in their Horror Survivor for that year was, the final competition for Survivor, at least the way they do it for Horror Survivor, is always fire making, so first person to make a fire wins. And the winner of the previous competition gets to choose which to compete in fire making. But you can put yourself in fire making if you're that confident that you can beat the other person. So they had Megan put herself in fire making against Rose the Hat because Rose the Hat was the next biggest threat left in the game. So Megan obviously beat Rose the Hat in fire making and then won the entire season. But yeah.
I'm reminded of a different competition reality show, where the gimmick of the show was that the house is split into a future-themed area and a past-themed area, which ultimately amounted to one of the areas being really shit to live in and one of the areas being a house.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't come up with, good mind... for immediate lack of a better term, mind games for the contestants to do for the challenges, so everything came down to physical challenges, so the one buff guy kept steamrolling everything. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway.
Day 2's challenge.
I'm also going to have a rule that, even if someone gets last place in two of these first 3 competitions, they cannot win more than one power. They can't win more than one power, because then they know the twist and could just throw the competition. So this competition...
it's a shame that Mother Superior doesn't have any good relationships with anyone, because she could advise someone to throw the competition.
Yeah.
Which would be interesting strategically, but she doesn't.
Yeah, because she doesn't get along
with... good relations with everyone, so she wouldn't do that.
Yeah, because she doesn't get along with Victoria. Yeah, so this competition is based on Sherlock Jr. It's called... I came up with pun names for a lot of these. So the last one that eliminated Birdie J was called The Suspense is Keeling Me, because they have to get a key. And this one is called Things Sure Look Messy. House guests are shown pictures. Just it's essentially like an I Spy thing, and they are asked questions about the pictures. And whoever... it's an elimination. So if you get a question wrong, you're eliminated, and then the last person standing wins. So visual, mental, and they get to see the picture for a couple seconds, but it's taken away before they answer the questions. Um, so obviously Hercule and Elle will be good at this.
Yeah.
Leonard, this is one that
interesting here because
here's the thing. This is one where Leonard might actually do really well because his memory isn't that short. And, like,
so he would still be able to, like, analyze the pictures and remember them long enough to answer the question.
Exactly. And he's very, like, he pays attention to every little detail because he has to in his life. He like,
He's constantly be figuring out what's going on.
Yes, exactly. So he, I think, will actually do really well in this, despite it technically being a memory comp. Ender probably does well.
Ender does perfectly fine, I think, yeah. It's not the specific thing he's good at, but it's not something he's, like, bad at.
How are you at this type of stuff?
I'm dubious.
Okay. So
a lot of the characters is weird because there are some standouts as being good, like art detectives who, even if they don't analyze things to the extent of Sherlock Holmes, have a bit of good at details to them just by virtue of what they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think, unless you have an argument for anyone else here, I think it's between Hercule, Elle, and Leonard. And I'm not sure.
I think so, yeah. And in that competition, I think you've convinced me with your argument that Leonard takes it because
like a surprise
the image, and he's really, really good at processing like situations quickly.
Yeah, like really. I just rewatched Memento last night in preparation for this too. But no, I think Leonard winning a memory comp is very fun, but it's short enough where he can. So, and then who does the worst out of these? I mean,
that's the hard because I don't see anyone here now that Birdie is gone who would be particularly bad.
I was gonna say if Birdie was still here, Birdie would absolutely be losing.
It's not terribly close for first, but it's close for last. Jeez.
Yeah, like I don't think Addison does very well. She's well-meaning, but she's kind of I don't know what the right word it is. She's some, I don't want to say ditzy, but like more like kind of in her, well, I guess more oblivious to a lot of things, I think.
I get what you mean.
Peter, I don't think is particularly good at this, especially given that he thinks he's probably just worried about being a vampire.
He's stressed out. He's
that's
distracted.
Taking over his mind.
He wasn't good at this kind of thing. He wasn't set up to be particularly good at this kind of thing already. Like,
yeah, Zorro's probably fine. I don't think he is he. Was there like
I can't think of a reason why Tanya would be particularly good or bad at this.
Yeah, she feels spacey for sure. But I think it might be between Peter and Addison who are the worst at this.
And I can't do a ton to. I can't say a lot to justify this properly, I feel like, but I lean towards Peter being the worst of the two.
Yeah, I think so. Because it's not like Addison is... I mean, Peter's not necessarily dumb either, but like he's focused on other shit right now. So
Also, when he's at his worst with his vampire delusions, his attachment to reality gets very screwed up.
for sure, yeah.
So like, he has potential for like a dramatic detachment, causing him to lose the game.
Actually,
just a mild detachment.
Now that I think about it, Peter and Leonard are actually kind of similar in like very different ways, but they both have this mental state that detaches them from reality and screws with their lives. But yeah, so yeah, we'll see Peter does the worst. Upon hearing the names Director's Cut and Veto Recast, which I almost feel like he just locks onto the V in Veto because of Vampire and just picks that one.
You know what? I like it. Let's go with that.
Yeah, okay. So he gets the Veto Recast power. This one is weak. This one is definitely a weaker power, but
assuming it just forces the house leader to pick a different.
So after the veto players are
it forces the veto player to pick something different. Sorry.
After the veto players are picked, Peter can play the power to sub himself in for one of the other combatants. But it can't be the head of household or the two nominees. It has to be one of the randomly picked ones. So it's not that power, but like if like say one of his allies is on the block and he wants the best chance of like keeping them safe, he could sub in for someone who is not aligned with them to play for a better chance to earn safety.
All right, interesting. Okay.
And also, if you win the veto and you're not on the block and you use it on someone else, you also can't be nominated as a replacement nominee. So you earn safety for yourself, and if you use it on someone else, you make them safe. So. Oh, and this is. Okay, well, first of all, now here is where shit's going to get messy. Because Leonard's HOH, he will, I mean, I guess we did establish he has his, because of his disability, he has his Polaroid camera, so he can use that to, like, take pictures of people and, like, write stuff down about them. Like, just write a little bit of info on the front and back. But, like, yeah, so, like, that's gonna make things interesting for him at naming nominees, though.
Yeah.
Because, like,
he's gonna be really reliant on who he has, like, let's say it's like an ally or whatever in his photos.
Yeah.
To know who not to nominate, if not to know who to nominate.
Yeah, because he probably has, like, a... because he probably has, like, a, like, trust this person, trust that person type of, like, notes on at least, like, he knows not to nominate who I would guess are his two closest allies in Hercule Poirot and Elle. He knows to trust them. And Tanya was Tanya was with Zorro. I was gonna say that, like, she probably got along with Birdie J as well. I feel like those two would definitely get along, like, but I mean, but now she doesn't have that ally. So, like, that definitely puts Tanya more on the outs. Because, like, we said she was attracted to Zoro, but, like, I don't think she would... I don't think Zoro would reciprocate that. And also, like, even if she did get along with Birdie J, she wouldn't necessarily get along with the detectives, I don't think.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I think people's okay. I think him winning the competition is going to get a lot of people who maybe previously written him off because of his disability to reconsider things a little.
for sure,
And so we
yeah.
might see a burst of like the schemers trying to get in with him trying to get in with him enough to like basically to get a photo in what they presume to be like a note of ally, or even to maybe even take a photo and then try to like steal it and write ally on it themselves before he can write any other kind of note.
Yeah, like Amanda Waller's definitely gonna try to, like, get on his good side, I feel like, and like, maybe try to recruit him to her little band of misfits, essentially. Which I no pun intended, intended, because she's kind of interested in Queen Victoria. But
I can also see Rose the Hat doing that as well.
Yeah. And you know what? I think Leonard would I think Leonard might gravitate towards Rose the Hat's side more than anything, because he sympathizes with Peter. Like, even if he can't remember exactly why, I feel like he can have this sort of sense of, like, this guy has something going on in his head too. And so, like, yeah, fuck yeah, Rose the Hat could because Rose the Hat is a cult leader, essentially. She can very much, like, manipulate.
Yeah.
I feel like she might even be able to manipulate, like, so, like, who do you think Rose the Hat would be able to manipulate Leonard into, like, writing down a note of distrust? Like,
honestly, I could see her doing that with, like, Waller, for example, because I think I think it would be terribly hard to try and convince him that Waller is trying to manipulate him, because Waller is trying to manipulate him. She wouldn't even need to lie.
Yeah, and
she could just spend some time to try and divert his focus elsewhere.
Yeah, which is interesting, because, like, Amanda Waller, we established, definitely was interested in reaching out to Rose the Hat, but, like, yeah, but like Enchantress, you know, Enchantress betrays her and goes on a tear. So yeah, like,
because Waller is a very good schemer, but one of her flaws is that she overestimates, like, effectively her own invulnerability to, like, backlash from her schemes.
For sure, because she's only
so I could see this being a potential blind spot for her.
Yeah, and Rose just has a much greater allure to her, and has also brought Peter into her, like, into her little alliance. So, like, yeah, so, oh, and also, Peter is definitely gonna tell Rose and Leonard about his past. Like, he's not the type of person to hide it. Like,
yeah, that makes sense.
I think, like, he won't necessarily tell others, but, like, maybe Addison. He might confide in Addison. I don't know. Even though we established he's more drawn to Rose the Hat than Addison, but Addison is nice to him, so. Oh, here's another thing I didn't take into account. Peter Lowe is also kind of a horn dog. Is there anyone here that he is attracted to? Probably Rose. I mean, yeah, because she's very much like
I could see that.
She's very much like the Jennifer Beal in that movie. The woman he convinces himself turned him into a vampire. Yeah. Yeah, so does Rose the Hat just manipulate Leonard into going after Amanda and, like... I don't think she's savvy enough to know who else Amanda is. Well, but Amanda is trying to recruit her, so maybe she knows that Amanda is also recruiting, like, Ender and Queen Victoria. And, like, you're getting on to... Like, you're... I feel like you're going along with Amanda Waller, but you're not... Like she wouldn't... like list you as like one of her.
I'm not someone she would seek out. I'd just be like, I would be a number on her board. I'd be someone that she would see as being easy to get on her side for things.
Yeah.
Because I would try to present myself as someone that could more easily be on her side for things because I wouldn't want to get targeted by her.
Yeah, so maybe, Rose the Hat pretends to go along with Amanda Waller, realizes that she has teamed up with, at this point, Queen Victoria, Ender Wiggin, and Jacob Nelson. So, like... But here's the interesting thing. Do you... well, no, because I was gonna say, do you think she convinces him to leave Amanda Waller off the block in case... so that they could backdoor her in case of a veto? Because that's the thing that happens a lot, is, like, if there's a threat... you want to get out, but you don't want to give them a chance to win the veto and save themselves, you don't nominate them right away and just put up 2 pawns, and then whatever happens, one of them comes down, you nominate your real target. But Leonard wouldn't be able to strategize like that. Like, he wouldn't have the, like... Rose the Hat would be telling him to go after Amanda Waller, but maybe, like, leave her. But he would just say, he would just write down in his notes, Amanda's not to be trusted, and put her up. Like, he wouldn't be able to strategize a backdoor plan, because of the short-term memory. So who does he, so then who else does he put up? Probably one of the other numbers for... probably Queen Victoria, because she's shown herself to be a competition threat, and neither you or Ender have.
Yeah, she...
like, they're probably
also the person most...
yeah, Rose
I think she's also
really
probably one of the characters who's most likely to get a variant of don't trust from Leonard without any need for manipulation, just because of not being particularly pleasant a person.
I was also gonna say they probably underestimate Ender because he's so young, but then I'm thinking, does Ender have the shine? Because then Rose the Hat would be like, oh, like, does like, realistically, do we think Ender has the shine? I feel like he of anyone that's in here, he might have the shine. No, Moses probably has the shine.
Oh, Moses. Oh.
Moses probably has the shine. This is something they talked about on the Horror Survivor episode, too, of, like, do any of these characters have the shine? Because she feeds off of that.
Who would...
I would say, like... not really Jane.
I think if we're going to be putting it in terms of... okay.
I think Ender and Moses are probably the most likely to have the shine.
I think probably most likely to have it. I don't think Ender does. Is the thing.
Yeah. Moses probably has the shine, but anyway.
Moses would definitely be setting out for shine radar.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So then we have.
Call him Super Mario because he's got the shine.
Yes, nice. So then we have. So Amanda Waller and Queen Victoria on the block. That makes the most sense of what Rose the Hat would be able to convince.
Yeah.
Leonard of. So, and write their names down. So, now we pick players for the veto competition. Leonard picks first. And got Peter Lowe. So, Peter Lowe's definitely not using his power now. We have L. Ooh.
Alright.
And we have Ender Wiggin. Oh, fuck.
Ooh.
Oh,
Alright.
shit. Okay. And this is...
Now what's our game?
Our game is called Pop M, fittingly based on M, as we saw in Emesis Blue. Contestants will be competing one at a time, completely isolated. Nobody gets to watch or anything. They are shooting They're like shooting darts at balloons that are floating around in the backyard, to find hidden letters that spell veto, and they have to find the letters that spell veto.
Okay.
And
Immediate question.
whoever has the fastest time wins. But there's a twist to this. If the person with the fastest time also pops all of the balloons and gets the diamond M, they win the diamond power of veto, where they get to choose the replacement nominee.
Ooh.
So Leonard's not winning this, for sure. Leonard's gonna forget what is happening.
Yeah.
This is one where it's long enough where he would forget.
Yeah.
Ender, I feel like, is gonna do really well at this.
Yeah. Okay. Question for the mechanics of this challenge. When you're envisioning it, do the balloons that don't have the letters have anything replacing them as like a dummy thing?
Yes, we'll say that they all have dummy. We'll say that they have dummy letters in them. Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I think it evens things out a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think Ender still has a distinct advantage over a number of other characters here because he's got a form of firearms training.
Yeah, Leonard's not winning, Peter's not winning, Queen Victoria's not winning. Amanda Waller is probably decent.
Amanda's probably doing perfectly fine in terms of, like, shooting things.
I think it might be between Ender and L. And then the question remains, is either of them able to do it quick enough and get that diamond M as well to get... Is either of them able to pop all of the... Because I think both of them will go for that. Do you think...
That, yeah.
I think both of them, like, strategically would go for that.
They're not at risk. They don't have a particular reason not to try for it.
Yeah. Is any... Amanda is... Ooh, here's the thing. Amanda is at risk.
Amanda is at risk. She'd probably just go for the regular clearing of it.
So, it's a matter of... Is she able to just get the right letters quick enough to beat both L and Ender going for the diamond M?
In terms of if there's nothing different, if there's nothing that would allow them to determine which balloons have letters and which don't, they're all I feel like they'd all be relatively similar in terms of firearm, in terms of like being able to shoot the balloons, and even at the speed, because the dart gun they're dealing with would be different enough from what each of them are individually used to that I think it would throw off any natural firearm comfortableness that someone have.
Yeah.
So I think they're all relatively fast. They'll be relatively fast. I think Ender has a slight edge in speed, perhaps, over L, but Amanda's target is much. But Amanda needs to do a lot less to win.
Or
because she'd only be going for safety for herself.
Or does Ender realize that? Because he
would probably realize that, and
because
he will probably realize it. The thing is, he's ostensibly allied with Amanda, so
yes. So
if he just I don't think it's far enough in for him to try and sabotage their alliance yet. I think he would consider it, but I don't think he would go for it yet. So I think he would do the longer option, as even more so considering the alliance now, because it would give her time to save herself.
Yeah, and if she does, like, if he gets that diamond veto, he would be able to choose a nominee. But does he realize that someone is manipulating Leonard into targeting
I think he would absolutely figure out that that's going on.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just like, yeah, so
I think it would be I think for a lot of the characters it would be obvious that someone would try to do a move like that. So I think he would see that Rose interacting with Leonard at some point and more or less figure out what's going on there.
Yeah, so do we think Waller beats him just going for the letters? Because, like, another reason she wouldn't... she would not go for the diamond veto is that even if she suspects that, like, her alliance is being targeted and they'll just put up another member of her alliance, she wouldn't risk going for the choice because she views her alliance as expendable. I think.
Yeah, and it would force her to play some of her hand a bit too fast. Whereas if she just goes for security, it doesn't reveal her stance as much.
Yeah. So
I think it's a bit down to randomness, I think, because she could in theory get just really unlucky with which balloons she shoots and which ones have the cards in them.
If it's this close and this random, I could roll for it. If we're like...
You know what? Yeah, sure, roll for it.
Okay, so...
I think it would ultimately come down to randomness because I think she has a distinct edge in that randomness because she needs to shoot fewer balloons.
Yeah, and it'll make it interesting because I want a potential chance for this Diamond Power veto to... So we'll say evens, Amanda Waller, odds, Ender.
I wouldn't even do that. I think I would weight it a little bit towards Amanda. So, like, what's the die?
I was rolling I was rolling a d6.
Okay, then I don't say 1, 2, Ender. The rest is Amanda.
Okay. Yeah. Let's say 1 or 2 is Ender. Yeah, the rest is Amanda. It's Amanda. I rolled a 5 twice in a row.
Fair enough.
So yeah, Amanda takes it. No Diamond Power veto, but she obviously pulls herself off the block. And Here's something
Leonard to pick someone else. I think if for Cody, I would like to think that he forgets the situation just enough to accidentally try and nominate Weller again, but more seriously.
Well, I do think he might, his memory might struggle, because, like, he might not have his Polaroids with him at the veto ceremony.
Ooh, that's a good point. Oh, that's a good point, actually.
Because, like, for head of household, you have, like, keys representing each house guest that you put into a block. So he would be able to reference his photos, put the right keys in. Whereas, like, here, he might have a tougher time and just go with, like, someone who is, like, the vibes are off. Like just upon, like, looking at everyone.
Yeah, you're right. In which case, who's I think Queen Victoria's vibes are
Queen Victoria's already on the block.
Harry's vibes are the most
Queen Victoria's already on the block, so it can't be.
I realized that after saying this. I think Mother Superior.
You think he just puts on Mother Superior because
If he doesn't have his Polaroids, then he has to functionally just go off of vibes, and I think she gives off the worst. I think she's the least able to give off good vibes.
Okay. So Mother Superior and Queen Victoria are on the block, which is interesting because this is what Jane's original nominees were last week.
We must stop meeting like this.
And this time there is a vote. Thankfully, Leonard only has to vote in the event of a tie. So, okay, so
in that case, since there's a vote, Queen Victoria goes up, because regardless of what happens, either everyone votes for Mother Superior, either a majority votes for Mother Superior as she uses her power to save herself, or a majority votes for Queen Victoria. So,
well, okay, here's what I'm thinking.
Does she need to use her power?
Because here's what I'm thinking. Because Queen Victoria does have an alliance now. Like a loose alliance, but, like, Amanda Waller, Ender, who, I guess Rose the Hat's not really with them, so, yeah, she's not gonna vote. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter, because, like, even if those two vote for Queen Victoria, but, like, is Mother Superior's... Okay. Well, I'm just wondering about strategically here, because nobody knows about Mother Superior's power. And she doesn't have any allies, but also Queen Victoria has proven to be something of a challenge threat. Yeah, I mean, is it just, like... Because, like...
In that case...
Cause I think Amanda and...
She has something of an alliance, and she has something of a challenge with. Some people would to not vote for her. But, yeah, I think Rose would probably vote for her to get Victoria out, because it interferes with an alliance she's already been messing with.
Yeah, exactly.
And gets rid of a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, Rose the Hat's definitely voting for Queen Victoria. She'll get Peter to vote for Queen Victoria.
Who does the Good Vibes Alliance lean towards?
Moses is Moses is definitely... I think Moses would be more... Ooh, but Queen Victoria is... I feel like Moses is still more against Mother Superior than Queen Victoria.
Yeah, he has philosophical and political opinions that will put him in opposition to Queen Victoria. He has some more personal beef with Mother Superior in terms of religion. I think that might override.
And then Addison will vote along with him. Ender and Waller, do you think they just vote to keep Queen Victoria because she's an ally, or do one or both of them think that's a non-strategic move?
Hmm.
Let's look at.
Okay.
Let's say
Voting for Queen Victoria would help cement the status as allies at least a little bit, which would give them advantage since she is a bit of a challenge threat.
Mm-hmm.
She'd be less likely to get rid of them.
Yeah. So they'll vote.
I think they'd vote for Mother Superior in
Okay.
this situation.
Um.
Just for that. If it was somebody else against Mother Superior, I think it would be a bit of a different question. More interesting question because Mother Superior is kind of because of Mother Superior's status as someone who isn't particularly liked and also isn't particularly great at a lot of the challenges. She would at physical challenges, for example, she would be someone who would be an potentially easy fallback for a veto vote. Because she doesn't have a lot going for her in terms of not voting for her.
Yeah.
But it's the situation it is. They probably lean towards the alliance that they already have to try and keep that as strong as possible.
Jake, I assume you're gonna vote with them and against Mother
Probably,
Superior?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, it doesn't even matter if El, Hercule, and Tanya vote differently, because they're, Hercule and El, just for the sake of it, probably vote for Queen Victoria because their ally put her, that was his initial nom, and strategically they might recognize, they probably recognize that there's something going on between her and Amanda Waller. And then, yeah, Tanya probably just Tanya votes for Mother Superior because she's a prude. Mother Superior is a prude. And then in this scenario, is Mother Superior... You think Mother Superior is savvy enough to, like, know that it's even though Queen Victoria has established herself as kind of a threat, you think she's able to realize that most people are voting for her and vote.
She probably clocks that, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so she plays the flip the script power. Queen Victoria is eliminated. And that power is now gone.
And the existence of powers is revealed to all.
Yes, and they don't know what to do with that. Because it's like, who the fuck could have won that power? Like, is the thing. Like, I guess they probably... Most people would probably be able to figure out it was Mother Superior who had the power in the first place. Just because she has no allies.
There's nobody else who would act
to save her. Who would play such a big move to save her. Okay.
Yeah.
So, next HOH comp, Leonard cannot compete. Citizen Lane. This is based on Citizen Kane, of course. This is essentially like a shuffleboard thing. House guests have to push a mini sled across, like, a lane with, like, different point values the further up you go. But if you go off the edge, you get 0. Person with the highest score wins. So this is about accuracy. Just being able to, like, push an object to, like, so that it goes far enough but not too far off the edge. Ender's probably going to be really good at this.
And Ender will be fine. Leonard doesn't have a reason to be particularly bad or good at it, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, Leonard's not competing, so... Because he's...
I forgot about that immediately. Yeah. Oh, how ironic. I forgot that Leonard wasn't here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Jane goes over because because it's movie Jane. She hasn't had her powers for long. She probably isn't used to her strength enough to not go over.
True, it probably just she probably just pushes it, and it, like, breaks a cartoonishly sled-shaped hole in a wall.
Yeah.
Um, I feel like it's either... I feel like, again, this comes... I feel like this might come down to L, Hercule, and Ender. I feel like Ender gets this.
Yeah, I think Ender... I think it's probably Ender, yeah, because... movie Poirot is more physical, but he's... As a general character, I don't think physically in tune enough to fully nail this.
Yeah.
And similar situation of L, although
Yeah. It's like the
exactly
physics of it
as well, but
like the physics of it, Ender would have an advantage. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So Ender is the head of household. Okay. This is interesting. So, oh, and then who does the worst at this, I guess?
I've already established that Jane Foster goes cartoon over.
Oh yeah, wait, so she would have a 0. Does she just get last because it went cartoon?
I think she would get last in this situation, yeah.
Okay. That means Jane Foster gets the director's cut power because it is the only one left for this twist.
Oh, great, the superhero gets the superpower.
Yeah, the director's cut power, let's say... Okay. The director's cut power, she can activate before the nomination ceremony in order to secretly take over the HOH duties. So, she would control the nominations. And if the veto is used, she also gets to control replacement noms.
Okay.
So, like, does she just immediately play that?
For a second, but I don't think she would play it immediately, because I don't think she has a particular reason to think Ender would... Not even that she wouldn't have a particular reason to think Ender would beat her. Even if that happens, I feel like she'd be semi-confident in her ability to handle the challenges.
Okay.
In part because there's a decent chance that Mother Superior ends up there as well.
Yeah. Okay. So
I feel like that's just the vibes that Mother Superior would give off, that she's probably going to end up on the chopping block.
Yeah. I mean, that would be...
I don't know if she would, but she would give off the vibes.
Yeah.
Anyways, just wait for a second, I'll be right back.
Okay. I also need to pee, so I will also be right back. I'm back. Are you back? No. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be interesting because Ender has an alliance. He's gonna think of it. He's gonna be very strategic. I don't know if, well, we'll see. He might not put up Mother Superior, honestly. Okay. Okay. Just waiting for Jake. Yeah, just looking at these like. Okay. Yeah, this is interesting because like. Yeah, Mother Superior is still on the. Because, like, she's so off putting that, like, nobody wants to ally with. And she's not gonna, like, stoop to try to ally herself with anyone, really. She just, again, she has that superiority complex, no pun intended. This is interesting. I also realize we need to, like, move things along because I work at 6:30. I'm worried this is going to take longer than expected. All right. But hopefully, like, as we, continue along, there will be a lot less discussion because there will be less house guests, and we've already established the dynamics between them, so. As far as Ender being HOH, I'm trying to figure out what. Because he's very strategic. He has that killer instinct. What his thought process may be of, like, who he thinks would be good to eliminate. I hope Jacob gets back soon because we gotta move shit along. Ender's gonna make a big move. Like, he's gonna be strategic about this. So he's going to make a big move. That is the type of person he is. He's not going to he's not necessarily just gonna go with the easy option. He may nominate Mother Superior as a pawn. Make everyone think that she is the target, when his real target is maybe a backdoor plan against someone, maybe... Jane Foster? I don't know. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. I hope Jacob gets back soon. Okay. So, yeah. Ender, probably... I'm guessing Ender would nominate Mother Superior as a pawn. And... But then go back and... Mother Superior would be a pawn, and, yeah. I'm trying to think who else he would nominate. It's like, what is the strategic play in his...
Alright, I'm back.
Alright, good. Okay, so Ender is HOH. He's gonna make... And Jane Foster is not using her director's cut power, as we established.
Okay. I was in the bathroom, and I was thinking through the situation. Okay, here's my thoughts on how Ender would approach this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think he'd be the first person to do the nominate pawns and then swap out.
Yeah, like planning a backdoor.
And swap in his real target.
For sure. Yeah. 100%.
And
he would plan a backdoor.
And I think his real target is going to be Rose, because he's already clocked her as someone who is actively like trying to manipulate others, which is a thing he's already dealing with Amanda. He probably doesn't want many people there with that specific modus operandi there.
Yeah.
And since we've established that he witnessed Rose trying to manipulate Leonard, he has leverage that he can use. He has leverage he can use to convince Team Good Vibes to vote out Rose once she gets put on the chopping block, because he could go to them and say, hey, isn't it fucked up how Rose was manipulating the guy with the memory disability? And they would all go, yeah, that is fucked up. Fuck her.
True. Yeah. So
and we're willing to work together easily. I also think that he would nominate pawns from that team as part of that plan, since he wouldn't want to put anyone that he is from his more specific alliance at risk, and it would allow him to. And since people don't particularly dislike them, they'd be less likely to vote for one of them vote out one of them in favor of Rose.
True.
Specifically, I'm going to say he nominates Moses as one of them.
Okay, yeah, because he's pretty agreeable. Like, no one really dislikes him, and he's not necessarily a threat.
For that, and also, by this point, people know about the powers, and are pretty sure that Mother Superior has one of the powers. If he nominates Moses, he can get Moses he can use just the fact of Moses to keep Mother Superior from using her switching power.
She already used her power.
Because if Moses is on top.
But she already used her power.
Right, it was something you used.
Yeah.
Never mind. Well, do they know that it's one use?
Yeah, that's usually how these... That's, like, almost always how these powers... That's always how these powers
it would secure Mother Superior... would secure someone like Mother Superior not voting for Moses.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, so
other
Moses,
than like Rose, I don't think anyone's a particular beef against Moses.
yeah, so I could see, yeah, him nominating Moses. And do you think he wants to nominate, like, maybe he puts up, you think he puts up Addison or Jane as well, because they could, if it's a physical comp, they'd be more likely to win?
I think he puts up Addison in part because, like, she's, I think, functionally the face of the team.
And she's not as big of a threat as Jane.
Plus, having a more, like, since in the scenario he's going to them to discuss this plan to help get Rose out.
Yeah.
By interacting more with the head of the team, he ingratiates himself a bit more with the team, which allows him to have one foot in which allows him to functionally put a couple eggs in a different basket for when the situation of Amanda Waller inevitably goes south for him.
Oh yeah,
because
sure. Because it will.
Because it will, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, so he puts up Addison and Moses with them both being pawns. His intended target right now is Rose the Hat. So he has to hope she, or I guess Peter or Leonard, don't get picked for veto. He draws Zorro. Okay, another member of that alliance, so that's good for him. And Zorro's probably a good physical threat as well. Addison picks Amanda Waller. Ooh, okay.
Alright.
And Moses draws... Ooh, our first house guest choice. I mean, probably Jane, right? Since Addison and Zorro are already competing.
For the sake of the scenario, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now this is interesting, because the next competition is Play It Again house guests. Playoff of Casablanca, Play It Again Sam. The other house guests, who are not competing, have to vote on what competition they want to see the house guests play again. It can be any of the previous head of household or veto comps. So, they probably vote based on who they want to win and which comp they think they will do best at. Which is interesting because most of that major alliance is competing. So, Peter Lowe probably doesn't realize that there's this plot against Rose, so he probably wants Addison to win because Addison was nice to him. And he's gonna vote for a comp that she would do well at, so probably the slip to the moon. Because he knows that Jane would win the mechanical horse if they did that again. And he wants Addison to be safe. We established you gravitate towards Ender, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So you'd probably vote for the sled thing to give him the edge? Probably.
Makes sense, yeah.
I'm gonna put Leonard aside for now. Only worry about him if he needs to break a tie. Because he doesn't know and he doesn't remember any of these comps. or which ones people were good at.
Alright, Leonard, what competition should we replay? Wait.
How do Elle and Hercule view this situation? What do they... Because, like, obviously, they're not really aligned with any of these people. So what's their move here?
Okay. Okay. Poirot's detective style is heavily based on, like, understanding personality and motives to figure out who a killer is likely to be, and thus he is pretty good at clocking, like, things like bleh. And thus he's pretty good at clocking people with, like, who have some kind of side of themselves that they're hiding.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, so in this case, I think like Poirot and by extension L would understand that Amanda Waller probably a problem. Everyone else there is a threat more so based off of abilities rather than personality.
Mm-hmm. So they don't want Amanda Waller to win, and they can probably intuit that she and Ender are working together.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't want Ender to win either. So
they're probably looking for something that they're not as great at, but also don't know that there's anything.
Maybe they just
the challenges we've seen so far, I don't know that there is something that they're not particularly great at.
Maybe they vote for the horse in motion to give it to Jane Foster. That immense physical threat.
That makes sense.
Because they're more...
That makes sense. Yeah.
Because Ender and Amanda Waller are more, like, strategic and mental oriented. Rose does not want... Rose probably the same way, just doesn't want Amanda... So probably votes for horse in motion.
She's already been targeting Amanda Waller, and by consequence, Ender, she probably did... Yeah.
And then it doesn't really matter the other two, Tanya and Mother Superior, because they're both kind of on the outs, so they don't really have any stake in this. So, yeah, so horse in motion, as we've established, let's say that Jane knows
this line of overall does pretty well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Jane, so it's Ender, Addison, Moses, Zorro, Amanda, and Jane. Jane knows she can win this pretty easily, but let's say she throws it to either Addison or let's say she throws it to Addison, since Addison's on the block, just to
that makes sense. Yeah.
Because they've been allied, so they would be... Well, and she probably gets along better with Addison than with Moses, so... Addison wins, pulls herself off the block, Ender puts up... Is he still planning on putting up Rose the Hat?
He's still doing Rose the Hat, yeah.
Okay, so obviously, everyone who just competed in that comp and knows what the plan was is gonna vote for Rose. Leonard is gonna vote for Moses. Peter's gonna vote for Moses. Even though he's on that, even though he gets along with the Good Vibes group, which I guess is what we're calling them. They recognize it, like, he's more drawn to Rose the Hat than the Good Vibes group. Yeah. Mother Superior is gonna vote out Rose, because she
isn't voting out Moses, that's for sure.
Yeah. Or is she mad that, like, Moses has, like, refused to ally with her?
The thing is, she'd probably be upset about that, but he's also kind of too important a figure in her own relation. I don't think...
True.
I don't think she'd be able to compel herself to vote against him in this situation.
Tanya, I could see being attracted to Moses, so she'll probably vote out Rose. And then it doesn't matter, Rose is out. Big moves from Ender. She did really well in Horror Survivor. She got 4th in Horror Survivor. And he managed to eliminate her pre-jury. That's a big move. But now he cannot compete in the next HOH comp. I also kind of hate how the only people being eliminated so far are the women. But it's fine. It'll even out at some point. Probably, hopefully.
Statistically.
Big Brother sometimes has themed weeks, and this week we have Hitchcock Week. So the comps this time around are themed specifically around Alfred Hitchcock movies. The first one being To the Rear Window, to the Rear Wall. Because I couldn't come up with a better name for this one. This is a Big Brother staple. It's the wall comp. Players are hanging onto a wall, like basically on the, like they're holding on to like 2 like, you know, rock climbing grab things, like the things the rocks you grab onto when you're rock climbing. They're standing up against a wall, grabbing those behind them, or like at their arm, just like their arms are down, they're like right at their hand level. The wall will occasionally tip forward. They will be rained down upon with water and feathers. They'll be splattered with paint. Last one hanging on wins.
Okay.
Jane's probably Jane's probably gonna do very well at this. I mean, this is all about endurance.
She's...
And we don't have the last place powers being given out anymore, so it's yeah. So yeah, Jane will do very well.
The thing is, I don't see anyone.
I don't see anyone beating Jane now.
Just do better than Jane in this kind of.
Yeah.
It's a bit too more. It's a bit too straight. It's got some pizzazz to it, but it's a bit too straightforwardly.
Yeah.
Physical challenge.
Yeah, Jane wins this. So this is her second HOH. Last time she went after Mother Superior and Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria is no longer in the game. Mother Superior still doesn't have any allies, and we've established that the Good Vibes group does not like Mother Superior. So Mother Superior is probably going up.
Yeah.
Who else would Jane put up next to Mother Superior, though? Does she just put up a pawn?
That's a good question, because we... Okay, I think by this point, in terms of, like, the characters interacting, she would probably start shaping against Waller enough to want her out. I don't know if at this point she would want her out enough to do the pawn strategy, or if he would just vote for her initially.
Yeah, or does she vote, or does she just put up Tanya, because Tanya's also kind of on the outs? And, like, maybe, like, I could see Zorro getting annoyed at Tanya's constant flirting, and we've established that Zorro and Jane are probably closest allies among that group, with each other, so maybe she just puts up Tanya next to Mother Superior, intending for Mother Superior to go home, because nobody likes Mother Superior.
I think that makes sense, yeah.
Okay. So, picking players for the veto comp. In addition to Jane, Mother Superior, and Tanya, we have... Ooh! Jane gets a house guest choice. She's picking Zorro, I would assume.
That's...
Let me get Zorro out of there then, so I can Where'd he go? There it is. Okay. So Zoro's in. Mother Superior draws Enderwiggin. Okay.
All right.
And Tanya draws Amanda Waller. Wow, we're getting a lot of repeat players here, but okay. This is another endurance comp, but it's a little different. This is another famous Big Brother one. This is Birds in the Pressure Cooker. So, these 6 will all be holding down on a button. Last one to let go of their button wins. This is a comp that I believe the original iteration of this comp holds the record for the longest Big Brother competition ever. I think it went like almost 12 hours.
Yeah, they all. Assuming they're all in the same room.
Yes,
for
they're
this?
all in the same room, and the last time they did this last season almost beat that record, but someone made a deal with another house guest. So someone made a deal with another house guest to drop out so that he would win. So it just barely missed the record. But yeah, so yeah, they're just holding on to a button. Last one left wins. So this is not this is endurance, but it is also more psychological.
Because there's the angle of convincing people to try and let go of the button.
Oh yeah, the longest iteration of this actually lasted almost 14 hours. It is the longest
at least
competition ever on Big Brother.
If I remember correctly, there's also a game show with a very similar premise.
Yeah.
I think it had like once or twice, but the idea was that there's a bunch of people, they're all touching a car, the last person touching the car gets the car.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that, yeah.
And went around for like a couple days or something in real time.
Yeah. Tanya is well, but she's on the block. So like, well, I still feel like Tanya is not gonna, even though she's on the block, she probably recognizes that Mother Superior is more disliked than her, so she'll probably drop.
Mother Superior is also, I feel like she's not particularly advantaged in this competition.
She's old, but she's determined.
That's true.
Because she knows she's been on the block literally every week. Or no, she wasn't last week, but...
Okay, here's a weird question for you, Noah.
Yep.
Who do you think is most likely to drop out because they desperately need to use the bathroom?
Probably Mother Superior. Because she's old. Less bladder control. That goes with age. So, yeah. She's out.
He goes, maybe not necessarily even first, but probably, yeah.
So this is interesting. We have Jane and Zorro and Ender and Amanda Waller. 2 kind of duos happening here.
Yeah.
I feel like Ender and Amanda are gonna try to cut a deal. Because I feel like all of these people could last quite a while.
I feel like it's the general... I feel like everyone there probably has the general sense that if it's left up to endurance, then Jane gets it. Amanda and Ender have the main strategy of trying to...
But do Ender and or Amanda try to convince Jane to throw it to one of them? Because she's already won 2 HOH comps. She's clearly the biggest competition threat currently in the game. Do they try to convince Jane to throw it to Amanda to make Jane... so that Jane... because Jane is such a competition beast at this point. She's just... the more competitions she wins, the bigger a target is going to be on her back. Would they be able to convince Jane to throw this? They worked together on that last... Ender was able to get them to work together on the last vote against Rose the Hat.
I feel like that was mostly an Ender thing, so I feel like Ender might be able to do it. I don't know if Amanda could.
Yeah.
But, I wonder if... I could see... okay, a thing that I could see is... a thing that I could see happening also is instead of trying to get Jane to agree to let go of the button, and let somebody else win, to instead get Jane and Zoro to agree. Mostly Jane, but I guess Zoro because he's in the alliance. To agree not to put Amanda or Ender if they let go of the button and save everyone the time.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think Zoro probably drops out before Jane. And because maybe that is the more strategic play for them because it does paint a bigger target on Jane. So let's say they...
True, yeah.
Because, like, again, she keeps winning comps. So, they'll reach that deal with Jane. She'll agree not to put either of them up on the block. And so Jane wins. She put up Mother Superior and Tanya. Is she going to change her? Is she going to change at all? Probably not, I would guess.
I don't think so.
Yep. And I think this is an easy vote out Mother Superior, because at this point she doesn't have a power or anything. They, like Tanya doesn't have any allies per se, but she's not as off-putting as Mother Superior. So Mother Superior goes.
No real allies, but also no real enemies.
Yep. Hitchcock is known for twists, so we got one more twist for Hitchcock Week. It's double eviction night, baby!
Ooh,
so
right.
They immediately go into another head of household competition. They're essentially doing a whole week of Big Brother in 1 hour. So they have an HOH competition right away. The HOH has to immediately nominate 2 house guests. Not really much time for strategy. Then they immediately go into a veto comp, immediately have a veto meeting, immediately have a vote. This happens a couple times per season, usually. And the first one's happening now. So, Jane, of course, cannot compete in this one. The HOH comp is Shapes and Oddities, because I couldn't come up with a better name for a comp based on 2001: A Space Odyssey. They're shown a sequence of flashing images and have to answer questions. Most points wins. It's not an elimination thing, it's just a most points at the end of a certain number of questions wins.
Because I think it's close enough to the other thing that I think Leonard might take it again.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the problem. with how rapid this is going to be, or actually, with how quick this is going to be, someone could actually, like, talk him into nominating someone, potentially, and him not have enough time to forget it. So, yeah, but this is also going to be, I think, very stressful for Leonard. Here's the thing. Rose the Hat is out, so he doesn't have that manipulator anymore that is successfully manipulating him. We've established that Amanda Waller is not, like, they specifically went for Amanda Waller before. And he has
he hasn't had any reason to get rid of the picture, I don't think. So he probably put her on the chopping block.
Yeah, and next to who?
That is the question. This is ostensibly aligned with Poirot and Elle. He has an affinity for Peter. This is a tough one.
Because, like, without Rose the Hat, Hercule and Elle are probably able to, like, talk him into, like, doing their thing better. Like, they'll be more convincing than Peter, even though he sympathizes with Peter. They'll probably want him to put up Ender next to Waller, so that neither one can pull the other off the block. They'd have to pull, yeah.
That would make sense.
Because they're the closest. Because Ender is definitely Waller's closest ally. Okay. Let me quick pull out the, people competing. Oh, let me put it, well, just because it's so quick, I'm not gonna bother with house guest choice. Because, okay, Zorro's competing. Elle is competing. Hercule Poirot is competing. This is interesting to have all these intellectuals competing in. Oh, fuck. Okay, so.
That's a good sign.
Players will be putting together a puzzle box. They're going to have barely any time to do so, but they're putting together a puzzle box. Inside their box is a veto necklace. The evicted house guests are brought back into the house for this competition, and they will be randomly paired with one of the puzzle boxes. And the person whose puzzle box is opened last wins the power of veto. So I'm gonna randomly select, and here's the first twist.
The last person to open the puzzle box?
No, so the puzzle boxes are built by the contestant, the people who were picked to play in the veto. The evicted house guests are going to be racing to open the puzzle boxes. So whoever makes the hardest puzzle box to open wins. And here's the first twist to that. Zorro, Elle, and Hercule Poirot, having been the randomly selected veto combatants, they're working together on their puzzle box. The others are individual.
Ooh.
Okay. And then I have to randomly pick who is opening the puzzle box. Okay. Queen Victoria is...
These are all based off of movies. Did you watch Hellraiser for your film class?
No. I forgot to give the name of the competition. It's Night of the Living Evicted. my thought process was
okay,
the zombies breaking down the barricades. So Queen Victoria is going to be tackling Leonard Shelby's puzzle box. Rose the Hat is going to be tackling Amanda Waller's. Mother Superior.
Oh, the irony.
Mother Superior is going to be tackling Ender Wiggins, and Birdie J is going to be tackling. Okay, so L, Hercule Poirot, and Zorro win the veto. Easily.
But here's the thing. It's Birdie trying to do the oh my shit, she is I forgot the rules immediately. God damn it, I keep doing this.
Yeah. Like
that makes the most complicated one and she's the least able to solve it. Shit.
I forget what was the deal with her, cuz she has experience with puzzle boxes.
Yeah.
From the beginning of that movie. What was how did she just have her assistant do it? Or?
I think there was something that she Googled. Then there was another one she was technically the key to figuring out because Yo-Yo Ma happened to be at her party.
Okay, yeah, so she's not solving this. Yeah, the L, Hercule, and Zorro win the veto. But here's the question. Who do you think does the best, between the other three, who do you think does the best at solving their puzzle box? So Queen Victoria is solving Leonard Shelby's, which he probably isn't that good at putting together a puzzle box. Mother Superior is not solving Ender's.
Yeah, I don't see that.
So would Rose the Hat be better at solving Amanda's than Queen Victoria would be at solving Leonard's? Because I need to know who completes it first. And who completes it last. For something. So...
Okay. Leonard's the one most likely to put together the easiest one, not because of his memory issues, but because he is most normal intelligence in terms of... He's the most normal intelligence in terms of, like, putting together or unraveling complicated things.
Yeah.
Ender and Amanda deal with complicated enough scenarios that they have, I think, the edge here, regardless of the people solving their boxes.
Yeah, so you think Queen Victoria solves Leonard's first before Rose the Hat solves Amanda's? Okay. Okay. So L, Hercule Poirot, and Zorro win the veto, and because they're on a team, they essentially have to agree on how to use it. I don't think they're using it because L and Hercule both see Amanda and Ender as threats, and they'd be able to convince Zorro to see both of those as threats, even though...
It wouldn't be hard. Zorro's already kind of opposition to Amanda.
Yeah, okay.
And by extension.
So, it's...
Lesser degree, Ender.
Yep, so veto does not get used. Is that the first week it hasn't been used?
I think so, yeah.
Or no, it didn't get used last week. Because Jane won both HOH and veto. Yeah. Okay, so... So then it comes down to Amanda Waller and Ender Wiggin. One of them is going home.
In which case, I think it's Waller, because Ender has already had it. Ender has ingratiated himself enough with. I think it was the previous move. Ender's ingratiated himself enough with the Good Vibes team to not be viewed as nearly as negatively as Amanda.
Yeah, and people probably view her as like the mastermind of that duo too. So, yeah. Oh man. I was kind of hoping Ender would get to take the shot at Amanda, but...
Yeah, that would have been nice,
But, yeah, he can have, like, he can have a big, like, veto speech talking about how awful she is, and, like, his veto speech, because they each get a speech before...
He understands the situation enough that he just needs...
Yeah.
Understands the situation enough to try to basically throw Amanda under the bus.
Yeah. Damn.
Oh.
Damn. Okay. So Amanda Waller is evicted, but that's not the last. But there's one more twist to Hitchcock Week.
Ooh,
There's a reason
right.
the evicted house guests were brought in to solve those puzzle boxes. Queen
Does one of them get to
Victoria.
come back?
Queen Victoria has won her way back into the game by beating Leonard Shelby's puzzle
alright.
box before. So Queen Victoria's back in and Amanda Waller is out. That is going to... That's gonna fuck with the dynamic of the house. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay.
I feel like
With Amanda out of the way, Ender now complete. Ender now moves further to try and ingratiate himself with the Good Vibes team, and consequently, the detectives kind of become the next logical enemy next to Queen Victoria. Because Queen Victoria... Amanda and Ender were trying to ingratiate themselves with Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria wasn't particularly trying to ingratiate herself with many others here.
You don't think he would be more interested in... Where the fuck did my... Oh, there's Jane. You don't think he would be more interested in allying with the detectives?
The thing is, the detectives are a smaller group.
Fair, yeah. Yeah, he realizes the strategy in numbers, because, yeah, the Good Vibes are a solid block of 4. And they offer edges in competitions that he lacks in physically. Okay. So Queen Victoria is... So yeah, and Ender is... Ender's gonna try to ingratiate himself with the Good Vibes group. That kind of puts you and Queen Victoria on the outs with Tanya. A little bit.
Yeah.
Because, well, you're kind of... You're cool with the detectives. Like, you're not completely on the outs. You're cool with the detectives.
Yeah.
But, okay.
I'm also not a threat.
Yeah. No, we haven't...
So there's no particular strategic value to getting rid of me.
Yeah.
Which is a interesting bonus to pitch myself with.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll eventually get to a comp that you could... I mean, depending on who's left. There could definitely... I could definitely see you excelling at one of the later comps, maybe. Okay. So, next HOH comp. One Good Scare. This one's based on Halloween. Season 1 Horror Survivor champion Michael Myers hosts this competition.
Oh, great. One of the more talkative horror icons is hosting.
Yeah, okay. Someone else will be giving clues as to where Michael is, as to a spot. They're basically on, like, a makeshift neighborhood, like, street, like, cul-de-sac or whatever. And they are given clues as to where Michael is going to attack. And they basically have to find a hiding spot and not get eliminated by Michael Myers. Last person standing wins. Leonard Shelby cannot compete in this one because he won the last HOH.
Probably for the best, considering that he might forget that he's supposed to be hiding and just walk out.
Yeah. This one's long enough where it might screw with him. But, yeah, so... I mean, probably L or Hercule Poirot, right? Maybe Ender? But, no, probably...
Ender would probably find... Ender would be good at finding a hiding place in general. I think L and...
But it's like analyzing the clues.
Have the edge in terms of, like, the clue angle and also, like, understanding Michael Myers' psychology in particular on account of him being a serial killer and dealing with serial killers, kind of their day job.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna give the edge to L because he's more attuned to, like, serial killers specifically, whereas, like, Hercule Poirot, he specializes in, like, individual murders.
I will say, a lot of the books end up becoming serial killer plots, but yeah,
But
it
keep
is,
in mind, we're going with movie Hercule Poirot. So
yeah.
yeah.
But
So I would give it to, I think
I was
L.
going to say, even considering book Poirot, they do get framed more as like singular killers, and then another kill happens as a complication rather than as another rather than as a.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've lost the word I'm particularly trying to use. I feel like
No worries. I think
the point is L anyway.
Yeah. L takes it. L gets a W. Becomes HOH.
Yeah.
Lot of letters involved here. So obviously Ian Hercule, I think they're still at this point pretty tight. There's no reason for them to betray each other at this point in the game because they need the numbers.
Yeah.
Leonard Shelby is also kind of with them. You're also kind of with them. So I think you guys are all safe.
In this situation, I'm not sure whether or not they would try to go for one of. They might leave like Tanya up to this. I feel like they might try and go in a situation. Okay, I feel like they might want to get like Jane out of the way at this point, since a lot of the more intellectual threats are out of the way. Since like Amanda and Rose aren't on the board, I don't know if they could is the problem, and I feel like they would know that.
Well, but they can put up 2 other people, maybe from Jane's alliance, and hope Jane doesn't play in the veto and then backdoor Jane. That seems like the move for L. He might also I feel
get
like
the alliance to start turning against each other a little bit, which would be good for them as the next biggest alliance.
I feel like L might also want to. You know what? I feel like L would specifically target Zorro because he's not a fan of vigilantes. He would put Zorro on the block, and maybe Ender, just as another like psychological threat, but with the big threat being Jane. Like putting up solid threats that could win a competition, and Zorro's more physical, Ender's more intellectual. So that covers his basis. So if either one of them pulls themselves down, he can just put up Jane.
Plus at this point they both have ins with the Good Vibes team, so it would be in some way potentially splitting the team itself, depending on how the vote goes down.
Yeah,
regardless of who wins above the top block.
Yeah, and if for some reason nominees stay the same and Jane can't go up, or wait, Jane still has the director's cut power. Does she use that now to take over L's HOH? Because they recognize that L is a threat. Or does Jane use her director's cut power to take over his HOH duties?
Shit, I don't know.
Oh, it is worth noting, this is the last chance for her to do so, because the powers only last until jury, and after the next eviction, the remaining evictees will go to the jury. So this is her last chance to do it. So I think she does, honestly.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So, but L is still safe because he won the HOH, so they can't nominate him. But I think they nominate probably Hercule and Leonard. So, yeah, I think they nominate Hercule and Leonard. Okay. Jane nominates those 2. Because, yeah, Mother Superior's gone. Queen Victoria's back in the game, but I think she realizes, like, now's the chance, like, we need to take over that. And this, I think, like, even though, like, well, Hercule would recognize that it's not Elle's fault, but this could cause tension between them, potentially. It's like they finally got power, and then someone else had a power to take it away, so... But Elle still gets to compete in the veto comp as the HOH in name. So he could potentially win the comp, pull one down.
So who goes with?
Yeah, let me. Yes, they nominate Hercule. So yeah, Jane takes over, uses her director's cut. And we get...
Okay, who has the other power?
Peter Lowe has the veto recast.
Okay,
so Elle, unfortunately, drew Jane's name. Hercule drew Peter's name, so he doesn't have to use his power, so it just becomes null and void. Oh, but if he didn't get drawn, that would have been a good... Like, I could have seen Peter maybe taking Jane's spot with his power and... trying to protect Leonard. And Leonard draws Addison. Okay. Oh, interesting. So it's 3-on-3. It's 3-on-3 essentially. It's the intellectuals it's the detectives versus the good vibes group. And Peter's kind of... I mean, he gets along with Addison, but he's more...
This guy is kind of good vibes by default.
He
not fully, but...
Peter gets along with Addison because she's kind to him, but I bet he's annoying a lot of them, and, like, he's more... I think he's closer with Leonard than he is with... Fair, yeah. He's closer with Leonard than he is with Addison. Okay, so... This competition is Burst a Chest. It is essentially a cross between Whack-A-Mole and Laser Tag. Little chest bursters are gonna be popping out through the walls of, like, a laser tag maze. And these, combatants have to, shoot as many as they can that pop out, as they pop out.
Well, it's a good thing Ender isn't here.
Most points wins. Oh, yeah, Ender would have dominated this one. Between these guys, Leonard's not gonna do well. Peter's not gonna do well. Jane probably does well. Addison might do well. I don't know why. No,
Elle could do well.
Elle, you said, would do well? You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would.
Burrow... I don't think he would do badly, but I don't think he'd do well enough to win it.
Yeah, it's probably between...
He's not really a firearms guy, so... in terms of, like, being a decent shot and whatnot, I think Elle has an edge here.
Well, Elle's also... Well, he says he's not... He says he doesn't carry a gun. He does have a gun, but he, like... Like, for the beginning of that film, he doesn't... He specifically says, I don't like to carry around a gun, but then we find out he actually does... Like, he pulls out the gun when it's most needed, when he has to take out, Light.
I think that, in conjunction with him being a member of law enforcement ostensibly, implies that he probably has some degree of firearms training.
Yeah, let's give it to Elle. And he's obviously going to use the veto to pull off Hercule.
Yeah.
But then Jane... gets to name a replacement nominee. So, probably just Queen Victoria, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say probably just Queen Victoria.
Because she's a physical threat. Nobody really likes her. Her one ally, Amanda Waller, was gone. So yeah, it's between Leonard and Queen Victoria on the block. I could see this moment also with Elle pulling Hercule instead of Leonard. I could see Leonard, like, maybe scratching off part of Elle's Polaroid and having resentment towards him for that, because he literally, like, after what Teddy tricks, it essentially makes Leonard kill the drug dealer. He is so resentful that he targets Teddy as his new John G. And, like, basically gaslights himself into thinking Teddy's the one who killed his wife. So I could see, I could see Leonard is going to be resentful towards Elle for not pulling him off the block, and that might shatter.
That being said, I think Queen Victoria easily get voted out.
But do some people here, like in the Good Vibes group or Ender, like, do some of them realize that, like, it would be more strategic to... I mean, Peter Lowe and you are gonna vote out Queen Victoria for sure. Do you think the Good Vibes group would rather target Leonard to get a number away from the detectives? And Leonard has won some comps too, so
True.
But yeah, I don't know. Do you think they're like, the bad vibes of Queen Victoria are enough to trump, like, the strategic move of, like, getting out Leonard? I feel like Ender would...
Honestly,
I feel like Ender would vote
looking at
for Leonard.
Ender would probably vote Leonard, yeah.
But what about the rest of the Good Vibes? Well, no, the rest of the Good Vibes group we established kind of sympathizes with Leonard because he was being manipulated because of his disability.
They sympathize with them, but once again, would their dislike of Victoria override with that, and their dislike of Victoria override the strategic value of it?
Yeah,
getting rid of Leonard.
Is Ender able to convince the Good Vibes group to go and vote? Is Ender able to convince them to vote out Leonard?
Okay.
Because before, he literally convinced them to defend Leonard. I forget how, but it was like, oh yeah, because getting out Rose.
It was less to defend Leonard and more to kind of avenge him. Okay, I don't think he'd be able to convince all of the Good Vibes group. I think he might be able to convince, like, Moses or maybe Zorro.
I think Addison... I feel like Addison might.
I feel like Addison wouldn't be able to override her sympathy for Leonard and his situation.
Yeah. And let's say Jane knows that the physical threat is... Even though she put up... Well, Jane specifically put up Hercule and Leonard to... I think it's a deciding between Jane and... I think Jane is the decider here. Because I have Peter, Jacob, and Tanya voting out Queen Victoria. I have Ender, Moses, Addison, and Zorro voting out Leonard. Or no, wait. Never mind. Oh, never mind. Ender was... Or no, he convinces Moses to vote out Leonard. Oh, yeah, it is still... No, okay, if he convinces Moses and Zorro to vote out Leonard, but Addison still votes out Queen Victoria because she has sympathy for Leonard, then it doesn't matter, because even if Jane voted out Leonard, it would be a tie, and Elle would break the tie as technical HOH, and vote out Queen Victoria. So yeah, Queen Victoria goes. And we still have not had a single man voted out. But
And now we're in a situation where there's potential for some schisming in Team Good Vibes.
oh yeah, let's say it was a tie, and like Good Vibes is trying to figure out why it was a tie, because it should have been a, yeah, because there was some conflict there. Yeah, okay. So
It also works out for which distinctly works out for Ender, because having that pressure point kind of would make it easier later on to fracture the team a bit.
okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. So now everyone who is left will at least make it to jury. And we're gonna speed through this because I'm really cutting it close for time. Okay.
All right.
Oh, I forgot I put this in. Okay, the next HOH comp is One Night American Werewolf, based on American Werewolf in London. The house guests are going to be playing games of One Night Ultimate Werewolf. And anyone that loses gets eliminated. Last one standing wins. So
Leonard's at a distinct disadvantage here because depending on what he gets, he wouldn't be able to keep up a long con.
Yeah, Leonard's gonna forget what he is and lose immediately.
So for Leonard's up to luck for how long he even lasts.
L would have been great at this, but he can't compete because he won the last one. Because he won the last HOH, rather. Urquel's gonna be great at this. Ender's gonna be great at this. Zoro, I could see being decent, actually.
Because he's already used to having to like put up a dual life front, so he would be good at doing the social deception aspect of the games.
Addison's gonna do horribly. Peter Lowe's gonna do horribly.
Jane is I don't think Jane is either particularly good or particularly bad at this.
Yeah, Tanya.
Same goes for Moses.
Tanya actually might be fine at this, but not really. I've played One Night Ultimate Werewolf with you. I remember you being pretty good at this.
And it'd be really hit or miss at social deception in games. I feel like I'm decent at the beginning, but I'm terrible towards the end because I'm not good at.
I think you'll make it far, but I think Urquel. Is it Urquel?
Yeah,
or
I tend to
Ender.
Hercule.
Yeah, Urquel probably ends it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not. I tend to choke a lot towards late stage things in social deception games particularly when I am in the social deceiver role, because I'm all right in the quote unquote good roles.
Yeah. Okay. So Urquel is HOH. He is immune. Obviously teamed up with L, although there might be some more tension there. Leonard, we've established there's tension between Leonard and L. You're probably still good with them.
I think at this point, I think at this point, Poirot would probably do the same, try and get rid of Jane's strategy.
Probably, yeah. The strategy they didn't get to pull off last week because Jane took over the HOH.
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably puts up Ender because he likes being the smartest person, and I don't think he would care for Addison, so probably puts up Addison as well. Um,
All right.
Tanya's very much like skating by. I think she's just kind of like,
Me and Tanya are hanging out in the corner, very aware of the fact that we're skating by and not being particularly notable.
do you think you get along with Tanya, or? No, never. Anyway.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I don't think I would be like enemies with Tanya.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'd get along exactly.
Yeah. Oh. She might be into you. I don't know.
Anyway, the
Urquell drew house guest choice. I think pretty obviously he would pick L, right?
that makes sense.
Ender drew Jane, and Addison drew Zorro. Okay. Oh, this is an interesting one. Oh, I forgot. Another Big Brother staple. Zingbot comes into the house and zings everyone who is left. Basically just, you know, giving them comedic insults.
All right, sure.
Yeah, it's a thing. And speaking of thing, this competition is The Zings from Another World, based on The Thing. So, the remaining house guests... I also forgot about a twist I was going to incorporate, but I guess I'm not going to anymore. Because it would take too long to actually make worthwhile. I was going to incorporate...
Let's hear what the twist would have been.
I was going to incorporate a twist at the beginning where one of these house guests was being impersonated by The Thing. But yeah, that's it. It's not. There's not really a reason for that. The remaining house guests that aren't competing are essentially given facts about the previously evicted house guests' time in the house. They're like, essentially they're saying facts about themselves when it's really facts about the evicted house guests, and the people competing have to guess which of the remaining house guests each of the imposters is pretending to be, based on the facts given. Oh god, Leonard
Okay,
is
so
one. Leonard is one of the impersonate. Thankfully, he'll have it written down. It's fine. It's not going to screw anything up. He'll have it written down. It's fine. They'll give the facts like written down.
At work, he'll need to be told to read the line, but like.
Yeah. So it's you, Moses.
It won't sabotage the game in any particular way.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just whoever basically whoever basically remembers the most about the evicted house guests wins this. So probably one of the detectives, Urquell or L. Ender might do well. Ender has to know his enemies.
He does, yeah.
Like, it's probably one of those three. I don't think Addison... I mean, Addison's sociable. She would probably do decent, but not as good as the literal detectives or the literal military strategist. And then Jane and Zorro are like, whatever. And also, they weren't particularly close with any of the people who have been evicted, because it's Amanda, Rose, Queen Victoria, Mother Superior, and Birdie J that they have to identify. So, yeah, it'd probably be... Well... Maybe Ender, because he worked closely with Amanda and Queen Victoria, so he'd be able to pick up there. I mean, he
And
worked.
his targeting of Rose the Hatch for how he interacts with things, you probably understand her a reasonable amount.
Yeah, so yeah, I think Ender takes it. Obviously, pulls himself off the block. And does Hercule go through with the back door for Jane Foster?
I think he does.
Okay, now here's the interesting thing, because we have Jane and Addison on the block. So Elle is gonna vote against Jane. Leonard's gonna have to go off of vibes, probably. He probably is able to recognize that Jane is a bigger threat. Because at this point, he'd be getting into the routine of being on Big Brother, because that's something that benefits him, is routine. And with it every week being HOH, Vito, he would recognize, I think, that Jane is a bigger threat than Addison, and so go for her.
And I think since Addison is kind of the face of the good vibes, I feel like there's a bit more loyalty towards her, paired with the fact that Jane is like a physical threat. I think would give Addison the edge in the vote.
Yeah, I think so, because I don't think anyone... Moses will probably throw her a sympathy vote. Never mind. Yeah, no, everyone's voting against Jane. Zorro may vote against Addison just to throw Jane a sympathy vote or something. Oh. But yeah, Jane, realistically, Jane's evicted. She is the first member of the jury. Hercule cannot compete in the next HOH comp. The next HOH comp, it's a good thing they got rid of her when they did, because this is an obstacle course. It's runners in the rain, based on Blade Runner. I couldn't come up with a clever name. This is just an obstacle course that they have to run through, and fastest time wins. Also, there's gonna be rain pouring down on them, because teardrops in the rain.
I think Addison or Zorro.
Yeah, one of them for sure.
Zorro's very acrobatic in his nonsense. Addison has obstacle course experience because of her cheerleader stuff.
Yeah, literally the
Ender
cheerleader.
Wouldn't do bad, but his training is more intellectual rather than like agility based.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, Elle's decently physical, but not against these two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... Who would the rain throw off more, Addison or Zorro?
The rain would probably throw off Addison more, because I think she's more, because of cheerleading, I think she's more used to doing things in...
Or is it a thing where, like, the game...
Whereas Zorro's probably used to dealing with, like, random weather bullshit for his superheroics.
Yeah, or is it a thing where, like, the game goes on rain or shine, so, like, Addison might have experience anyway with...
Oh, that's a good point.
I don't know. This one's close. I think probably Zorro. Addison is a cheerleader, but she's also a teenager, and Zorro probably has a lot more experience. So let's give it to Zorro.
Yeah.
And his closest ally, obviously he's good with the rest of the Good Vibes group, but his closest ally, Jane, is now gone. So he probably wants to avenge her, probably putting up Elle and Hercule.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think you don't need to backdoor one, because whichever one comes down, you just vote out the other one. Okay. So Zorro, Hercule Poirot, and Elle are competing, along with Moses, Hercule pulled house guest choice. Do you think he picks Leonard or you? I feel like Leonard's there's some tension at the top there, and Leonard hasn't been doing well in more recent comps. think he might pick you. Just to have a number and hope that you are closer
That
with
makes
him.
enough sense.
Yeah, he hopes that you are closer with him than L. And then L picks Leonard. Okay, so Leonard got in anyway. Okay. This competition is Crank It to 11. Oh boy, this is based on this is Spinal Tap. House guests have to spin around in a you have to you're spun in a circle 30 times. You're going head to head with each other. And you're spun around in a circle like 30 times. So you're really dizzy, and you have to basically you're doing like a skee ball type thing. You have to throw a ball and aim to knock down like 11 like little cardboard pins that are standing up. First one to win each pair off wins, and then I guess the final 3 face off against each other. So let me randomize who's facing off against who. We've got Leonard versus L. L wins, right?
Yeah.
He probably got some of his.
It would go on for long enough that
Yeah.
Leonard would need to be like re-instructed on the challenge itself.
Yeah.
So L would have a distinct edge, I think.
Yeah, and also would and also L, when he won HOH, his HOH basket that his family sent him probably had some of his special candies. Like Watari gave him his special candies, so he's feeling good about that. Next up we have you versus Zoro.
Zoro wins. I'm bad at the kind of thing when I'm not dizzy.
Yeah, okay. So that means Hercule Poirot and Moses are going against each... I think I'd give it to Moses, actually. I think Moses would handle this better.
I think so, yeah.
So then it's L, Zoro, and Moses? Okay, this is... probably Zoro, right?
I lean towards Zoro.
Yeah. Zoro's a now that Jane is gone, Zoro's gonna be a big threat in competitions. Okay, it is Hercule versus L on the block. I assume Zoro keeps noms the same to get one of them out.
Probably.
And
No particular reason to switch at this stage.
yeah. And basically, I feel like it's just... Yeah, so Zoro doesn't...
Leonard would probably have friction towards L and vote in favor of Poirot.
Yeah, true. He changed his photograph to be like, don't trust him.
I'd probably be more biased towards Poirot. Towards keeping Poirot.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like you get along better with Poirot than L. Tanya is probably more...
I could see Poirot having charmed Tanya by this point.
For sure. For sure. She's not his type, but he could definitely charm her in, like, a friendly way. Ender... Who does he see as the more strategic vote out in this scenario between L and Poirot? Who does he see as a bigger intellectual threat?
That's a good question.
Well, let's look at Peter, Moses, and Addison. L's a weird guy. L's a weird little guy. Peter could relate to him as a weird little guy. I could see Peter voting for Hercule over L. Even though he's close with Leonard and Leonard is voting out L. I could see Peter voting to evict Hercule. Moses and Addison.
Well, guys, and might lean a little more towards voting out Paro on part once again because of L's weird little guy status.
Yeah.
He is friends with a lot of weird little guys.
And then Moses would probably vote against Poirot over L, along with Addison. So it's Ender is the deciding vote.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Would Ender see any of himself in L?
In what way?
L is this intellectual who's been groomed since youth for a place of high intellectual status.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that because I just watched Death Note 2. Yeah, he is literally
got kind of similar handler. They kind of similar surface level similar handler dynamic with I've forgotten the guy's name, but L and his handler and Ender and Graf.
Yeah, for sure.
I could see L.
I
could see L reminding
they probably
of Ender,
talked about that.
reminding Ender of himself enough to get concerned about it.
Yeah, and I could see that being like a strategic move too, as L sees tension and he realizes he has to, like, reluctantly campaign against Hercule. He could maybe confide in Ender about that, and maybe they kind of team up now. Because I feel like Ender would be more likely to side with L than... Like, he's not going to relate to any of the good vibes group. Although Addison could remind him of his sister, too. She's also voting against Hercule, so... Either way, Hercule goes. Ooh. But he's on jury. So, and he's the first male evictee. Okay. Next is... Oh, okay. So, before saying what the competition is, Zoro cannot compete, as he just won. House guests are woken up at 3 in the morning. They have 15 minutes to get out to the backyard if they want to compete in this HOH comp. If they don't get out there, they don't compete. Leonard's not gonna get out there. He's gonna forget. So he's not competing. Is anyone else here gonna value sleep? L is definitely going out there because he doesn't care about sleep. He probably wasn't even sleeping.
Ender is probably going out. She's in the book. In the book, he's very used to dealing with stuff on low amounts of sleep. I feel like that reasonably probably reflects to the movie, even if it's not shown as much.
I could see Tanya just sleeping in to try to get beauty sleep, and her feeling like nobody really, like, she doesn't have an ally, but she doesn't really rub anyone the wrong way, per se, so she's fine to...
Peter, for some reason, strikes me as a really heavy sleeper, and I can't justify that statement at all.
I feel like he tries, but he cannot sleep, actually. But I feel like he... would he be more... well, I don't know.
It's also at night, and he's got his vampire thing going. There's also a decent chance that he's trying to stay awake as well.
Yeah, so he'll go... So, yeah, he'll go out to compete, for sure. Addison... I feel like Addison... Does she value comp... I don't know. I don't know about Addison. I feel like she could go either way. What about you?
Oh, I am, oh, God. Assuming that for the sake of this competition, I have a quote-unquote normal sleep schedule, I am either incapable of comprehending the situation enough to go outside, or I was already awake.
Okay.
Because I am bad at going to sleep.
So you're going out.
If it's 3 a.m. though, and the schedule of the show is resembling something more normal, I'm probably just refusing to go outside.
Oh, okay.
Because I do not understand what's going on.
Okay. All right. So then is Addison going out? Where is Moses?
I think Addison.
Where the fuck is my thing for Moses? I lost Moses.
Okay. I'm glad you had a physical thing representing Moses for that scene, because it definitely sounded like, wait a second, where's my cat Moses?
Yeah. Moses will. I feel like Moses will go out.
Moses will probably go out.
Addison, I could see either way.
I think Addison probably goes out.
Yeah, I think she does. Okay. So this is between Elle, Ender, Peter, Moses, and Addison. So this competition is called This Is HOH. Basically just a play on the This Is God line from Nightmare on Elm Street, because I couldn't come up with a better Nightmare on Elm Street joke. And the best competition that is in Big Brother that I could think of to pair with Nightmare on Elm Street is this one, where the contestants who are competing are inside a cage. Like on the other side of a chain link fence, essentially. And like through the fence with their fingers, they have to grab eggs and like very carefully maneuver the eggs up the fence from the other side. And then once they get an egg successfully on their side with their fingers, they then put it on like a little like tilt like ramp thing and have to knock down 3 letters HOH. First one to complete it wins. So like it's a dexterity thing. And they're on very little sleep. Elle, I feel like does well at this. Again, he doesn't. He is constantly going on very little sleep, and I feel like I feel like he'd be really good with his hands. Ender might be good at this.
Addison might be good at this.
Addison might be good at this.
I don't see Peter being particularly good at this.
Yeah, Peter's not going to be good at this. He's just going to keep dropping them. Moses. I don't know. I think Elle takes this. I feel like you think he does. I think he does better than Addison. I think he does better than Ender. Just like, because
that makes sense.
With Ender's military training, there's not necessarily a lot of like hand, like elaborate elaborate and careful like hand movement he has to do with that person. Granted, Elle wouldn't necessarily either, but like he gives off the vibe that he would be good at maneuvering that.
I see that, yeah.
And he's also extremely motivated right now because his closest ally is gone. But we did establish that he has now formed a kinship with Ender. So, yeah, so Elle wins. So Ender's probably safe, Leonard's probably safe, Jacob's probably safe. Does he just try to break up the... Because there's one... Because there's one, like...
I think the move here was to try to break up Team
good vibes more.
Yeah, and the one, like, big pairing there left is Addison and Moses. Like, because, like, Zoro and Jane were tight, and then Addison and Moses are more tight. So, and he probably recognizes, L probably recognizes that Addison and Moses are more tight. So, like, he's like,
Yeah.
he wants to break up that duo.
Yeah, so you put either of them up there because that way one of them gets to the chopping block.
Exactly, yeah. Put both of them up so that if one of them comes down, the other goes home. Alright. And then I have to pick the house guests to compete along with them. And we have Zoro, Addison picked house guest choice. Moses and Zoro are already there, so does she pick Peter? Or does she recognize that he would not do well in a competition? And maybe pick Leonard? Well, I feel like she might pick Peter. Yeah, she probably picks Peter.
She might pick Peter too, yeah.
And then Moses draws you. Okay. So we have L, Addison, Moses, Zoro, Peter, and Jacob competing in an infamous Big Brother competition. This one I'm calling Environmental Crisis, very loosely theming around Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. But this is a classic Big Brother comp. Each of these 6 house guests is going to hide a plaque, a veto plaque, somewhere in the house. And once all of them are hidden, they then take turns going through the house and trying to find the other plaques. And the last plaque to be found wins. I call this environmental crisis because the house is always a complete mess after this competition. Because people are throwing cushions and clothes all over the place, and food is getting thrown, and like... So, thank God Leonard is not competing in this. He would not do well there. Peter's not gonna do well. L will probably do very well. What about you?
Yeah. I think it might be.
I feel like L. Yeah, no, I feel like this is just L's comp.
I feel like it's L's comp. I feel like I do all right.
Yeah, I think you do all right,
like,
too.
I've got a notch unnotable experience in finding random bullshit hidden in the house.
Yep, okay. But L wins, and so I don't think he has a reason to, like, strategically, he does not have a reason to vote out.
Everyone's already right where he wants them at this point.
So it's between Addison and Moses. Peter is gonna vote out Moses because Addison is nicer to him. Leonard probably votes out Moses. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Again, this is kind of a vibes thing, and I don't know how, of these, because they're both good vibes. I don't know which one Leonard would gravitate towards voting out, so I'll put him aside for now. Ender, again, if Ender might think of Addison as similar to his
Ender probably vote for
or does he realize that
but also
Addison's the bigger threat competition-wise?
I think he probably realized that Addison's the bigger threat because she is the ostensible leader of the team.
Yeah, so take her out. Zoro probably votes out Moses. Tanya.
Yeah.
Tanya might be attracted to Moses, but I also feel like she'd get along with Addison.
Yeah.
I don't know who she'd probably. I don't know. What about you? Who are you voting out?
Honestly, I think I might be voting out Addison for that same she's the face of a team thing.
Yeah, just the bigger threat.
Kind of bigger threat by default.
She's won a decent amount of comps. Leonard, I feel like, just on vibes, might vote out Moses. I feel like, I don't know, he would see Addison as being very sweet and not... Would not remember her be... Like, it'd be hard for him to keep track of her being a comp threat on the little Polaroid, but...
Yeah.
Tanya... Oh, God, Tanya. Yeah, Tanya's really on the outs, but her vote kind of decides things here. Because if she votes out Addison, it's a tie, and L breaks the tie. If she votes out Moses, Moses is gone. I could see her being like woman power because literally her and Addison are the only women left. So I could see Addison making a deal with her on the side, like, listen, like, we got each other's backs. I won't vote you out. You don't vote me out. Because literally all the other women got picked off. Hercule is the only man to be voted out so far. So yeah, I think. Yeah, because Tanya's definitely the type of woman who would go for like a female solidarity alliance. So yeah, I think she'll vote out Moses, and Moses goes to jury. L cannot compete in the next HOH comp. We have, fly-sized fumble. This is loosely based on The Fly. This is another Big Brother regular. These characters have, like, tweezers and, like, really teeny tiny cans, like, literally, like the size of a the metal of a pencil eraser. That small. And they have to stack them in a pyramid without the pyramid falling over. First person to stack the pyramid of cans without it falling over wins. How do you think you would be at this?
Probably not particularly great.
Okay, then I think Ender wins it.
Yeah.
Alright. So yeah, like, oh man, Ender and L are kind of dominating now because they've picked off the... Yeah, because the only ones left of the good vibes are, like, Addison and Zoro, and, like, oh, yeah. You know what? But now, like, I feel like Addison, Zoro, and Tanya, I feel like they're going to be really tight, because, again, Tanya's attracted to Zoro, and she feels, like, solidarity with Addison being the only two females left. And, so they're probably going to form a new, like, threesome, which kind of puts Peter on the outs. what's Ender's strategy here? Because I was gonna say Peter and Leonard would be easy noms, but that's not Ender's type of game. He's very strategic. So does he just put up like Addison and Zoro? Try to get one of them out? Or does he... Or...
I think he might want to go after L.
Because L is... Like he and L have essentially been dominating mental comps, but
they've been dominating things, the mental competitions. Ender is, I think, at this point, kind of the strategic titan.
Yeah.
With L being the next best one.
Yeah, even though he relates
to... He's got a little bit of friction with a lot of characters, but he might still be able to convince enough of Team Good Vibes to deal with L because he is a notable threat.
Yeah. So do you think he puts up, like... Because I think he would have to try to backdoor L in order for that to work.
I think you'd have to backdoor L, yeah.
So...
In which case, I think he...
Put up easy noms like Peter and Leonard, or Peter and Tanya, maybe? And, like,
I think
maybe
Peter and Tanya, because Tanya is a bit of an easier one, and it can still, like, destabilize the remainder of Team Good Vibes a little bit if she kills out.
Yeah, and he can try to convince L that the plan is to backdoor either Addison or Zoro. But will L see through that? I feel like L is going to know that something is up.
Definitely understands that Ender is one of the big, on an individual level, that Ender is probably one of the big threats at this stage.
Yeah, so, yeah, and L is going to know something is up, so if he gets picked, he is going to try to win to make sure nominations do not change. To guarantee himself safety, because he realizes something is up. And, let's see, Ender draws Leonard Shelby. Got a lot of characters here that I did not expect to make it this far. Peter drew L. That is not good for Ender. And then Tanya draws Zoro. Okay. So... this competition... oh, no. Okay, this competition is all out of bubblegum. This is based on They Live. Players are individually placed in an escape room. They have to use these special sunglasses to read hidden messages on the walls to try to figure out how to get out. Fastest person to get out wins. I feel like this is L. Literally decoding messages? Decoding...
It's between L and Ender, and I think L has the experience advantage for specifically this kind of a mental thing.
Like, that's literally how he figures out the Kira case.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. So that's bad. That's bad for Ender. Now, L is safe no matter what. Does he try to undercut Ender entirely and try to get a bigger threat out by pulling down either Peter or Tanya off the block? Like, strategically, does that make sense for him? Or does he just keep noms the same?
I think he might keep noms the same, because Good Vibes is still a notable threat because of the relative unity, and Ender being a notable threat is actually kind of decent leverage to use against him with everyone else, because it's a lot easier, because you might have an easier time, because if everyone's more or less on their own, he'll have an easier time pointing people against one person than the remaining, like, 3 people against the other 3 people where everything needs to work out basically perfectly for him.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, noms stay the same. It's Peter or Tanya. I think Addison and Zoro are gonna, even though Addison's been nice to Peter, I think Peter at this point is gonna annoy people enough where, like, she's gonna stick with Tanya.
Yeah.
And, Leonard...
Agreed.
Leonard sympathizes with Peter more, so he probably votes out Tanya. What about you? You're kind of a decider here. Probably.
Peter would probably annoy me more.
Yeah, you get along decently with Tanya, so we've established. So she might even be into you. I'm not sure. I mean, she's definitely mostly into Zoro, but I could see her kind of being into you. Okay. So Peter Lowe is on jury. Up next is Breaking Point. Based on Point Break, you have to balance on a surfboard that is constantly moving. Last one standing wins. I feel like this... I could see Oh, wait. You know, okay, so Ender can't compete in this one.
Zoro and Addison are in my head are the ones to beat.
Yeah, I feel like L would also do decent at this, but I think for balance I think specifically with balance, I think Addison takes it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So feel like she's gonna go after L, and does she just put up both L and Ender? Because, like, they're both equal threats is the thing. There's not a bigger threat there, per se.
Honestly, yeah, I think that might be the mover at this point.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense to backdoor either of them, and then... yeah, and then whoever goes down, the other one goes home, and they can convince the other one to vote out. If one of them comes down, they can easily convince the other to vote the other one out. So, all
right, now to find out who doesn't also participate in this
yeah, we just have one person who's not participating at this point, and it is Tanya. That is what the random draw decided. From after this point, everyone will be competing in the veto comps. So, this one is, another classic, OTEV. Specifically, Census Taker OTEV. Because I couldn't come up with a better one for Silence of the Lambs. So, and OTEV tests people. So, it's like the Census Taker trying to test me. Anyway.
Alright, sure.
So, they're asked essentially, it's another trivia about evicted house guests thing. They have to, but it's also physical. So, there is a physical aspect to this. So, they're given a question, and then they have to go down essentially like a water slide, and have to find the plaque that has the correct house guest's name on it. And then they have to go back to the water slide and use a rope to climb up. And it's people eliminated one by one. Last person standing wins. And Leonard is the first one out, for sure.
I'm going to say that I am the second one out, because I don't think I make it up the fucking rope.
It's not that hard to get up. But yeah, I mean, so it's both physical and also knowing a decent amount about the house guests. I feel like Addison is very social, probably knows the house guests pretty well and is decently physical. Elle is gonna do well. I feel like because of the physical aspect,
And the pool
Ender.
of people at this point is small. The pool of people at this point is small enough that Ender probably does pretty well as well.
I feel like on the
He'll know
physical,
people well enough.
but I feel like on the physical side, he's gonna come short because you just have to find the plaque with the right answer, and Zoro.
True,
yeah, I think it's between Addison and L. That's tough.
Which is I lean towards Addison because I think she has the edge in terms of like general physicality.
Yeah, and she's
Over L.
social enough where like L there I could see L like he would be paying attention, but there would also be some times where like he's just kind of on his own in a corner eating candy, just trying to meditate or whatever. So yeah, let's give it to Addison. So I don't think she has a reason to change her own noms between L and Ender. Unless one of them could convince her. But I don't know what case they would make for a bigger threat, because she's teamed up with Zoro and Tanya. And Jacob and Leonard aren't really threats. So yeah, I don't think there's a case to be made for either of them coming off the block. So yeah, I think it's between L and Ender, and the question is, who does everybody vote for to be evicted?
Yeah.
L. I think they're about equally skilled intellectually, and L is a bigger physical threat, whereas Ender is a bigger strategic threat, I think.
Yeah. Leonard would probably still have.
Oh yeah, he has the note written down about
residual
L. He votes
note for L.
Yeah, he votes out
So-
L.
Leonard's voting out L.
Who's voting out L, you said?
Leonard.
Okay, yeah. But then Zoro, Tanya, and you. Who do you vote for? I mean, you've worked with both of them. How are you voting on this? Because it feels like either who is more likely to win and keep you safe, or if you think that's equal, who's the bigger threat. Well, I don't know. How are you thinking about this?
Okay. From the perspective of in-game, I think I would vote out Ender.
Mm-hmm. Well. Yeah.
I think I view him as the bigger threat at this point because he's been around doing strategic stuff for the whole time, and he survived the functional extinction of a couple different alliance bases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'd be a little bit more worried about having to deal with him.
Yeah.
It's a shame because I was kind of rooting for Ender.
Yeah.
From the perspective.
Yeah. We'll see how this plays out, because Tanya and Zoro. I could see Tanya.
Because he should have because of the. Yeah. I was like.
Yeah. What were you saying? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about Tanya's vote. I feel like I don't think it's going to be a tie. I feel like Tanya and Zoro will vote for the same person, whoever that might be. Does Zoro recognize that L...
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
Okay. Does Zoro recognize that L doesn't care for him because he's like a vigilante, and therefore Ender would probably be
that was the thing I was
work with.
going to say before I got interrupted.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I think... Yeah, so Zoro and Tanya will vote for L as well, I think. she'll just go along with them. Just go along with Zoro on that. And L is on jury, man. I was kind of rooting for L, not gonna lie. But now we have another HOH comp. Addison can't compete. Hooked on Sweets, loosely based on Candyman. You have little foam candies that you have to stack on top of each other without them falling down. And when you feel like you've got a big enough stack, you hit your buzzer, lock in your number. Whoever locks in the biggest number wins. Leonard's not gonna win this. Tanya, Zoro, nah. Based on the fact that you said you weren't too keen on the can one, this is probably Ender.
This is probably Ender, yeah.
Okay, so Ender wins head of household. I'm guessing he puts up Addison and Zoro, recognizes they are the biggest threats.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone competes in the veto comp. Bats out of hell. You're slingshotting bats at targets to earn points one at a time. Each round, the person with the lowest amount of points wins. Last person standing wins. So it's a slingshot. Probably Ender, right? Like just
Probably
aiming,
Ender, yeah.
aiming and shooting to get the most points. Yeah. There's not really a reason for him to change his noms at this point, because these are the two biggest threats, Addison and Zoro. So,
yeah.
Okay, Addison, okay. Leonard probably votes against Zoro, vibes. I feel like he sees better vibes in Addison than in Zoro. Tanya, I have no idea. Tanya, I have no idea. So what about you?
Okay, we've had a few games already where knowing people in the house has been a big advantage, and in that perspective, I think I'd view Addison as a slightly bigger threat, because I feel like Zoro and Addison are kind of similar in terms of physicalness as a threat.
Okay.
So Addison having that relative knowledge advantage for a pool of knowledge that I know keeps getting brought in would probably make me want to vote out Addison.
Okay. So Tanya's the decider. It's between her two allies. Which is more swaying for her? Her attraction for Zoro, or I feel like strategically she knows that Addison would be more likely to take her to the end of the game than Zoro would. So I think
think
she votes out Zoro.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Night's not over. Double eviction night, baby. Another one.
All right.
Ender cannot compete. The HOH comp is Life Finds a Way. Players are digging for puzzle pieces and have to be the first to put together the puzzle after digging up the correct pieces. We'll say that they're on, like, individual, like, sandboxes, so, like, you can for sure find all your pieces. So it's like, who is able to dig up their pieces first and put the puzzle together? I feel like you might be good at this one. Puzzles? You strike me as being good at puzzles.
I would be good at the puzzle part of it, at least.
Yeah. And I don't think, like, any of these others have a particular edge in puzzle. If Ender was competing, he would win, I think. But Tanya doesn't strike me as particularly good at this. I feel like Addison might be good at the. Well, yeah. I think you take it. Because I don't think Leonard will be good at this, and I don't think Addison. I think you can beat Addison at this. So I think you take it.
All right, if you say so.
I think so, yeah. Because none of the others strike me as particularly good at this. So, okay. So, you have very little time to strategize. You have been working kind of closely with Ender and Leonard, kind of, and you get along with Tanya decently well. Without any time
I think with the time constraint, you'll probably be Ender and Addison as the instinct ones.
You said Ender and Addison you put up?
Yeah.
Okay, just because they're the biggest threats.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Emergency, gut instinct, no time to strategize.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one is kind of luck-based, but also kind of similar to the last one. This competition is how far will you go? A bad pun off of Fargo. You're digging. Last time was through what looked like sand. Now it looks like snow. But you are all digging for a briefcase with the highest value. You don't know how valued each of the briefcases are, but you just want to lock in what you think is the biggest number. Whoever locks in the biggest number wins. So it's kind of luck-based, but you also have to, like, think of, like, what... Yeah, this one's entirely luck-based now that I think about it, because, like...
Yeah.
You don't know what the values are. Leonard probably locks in the first...
roll a die for it.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll a die. Let's see. 1 Leonard, 2 Jacob... I'll do 1 Jacob, 2 Ender, 3 Addison, 4 Leonard, 5 Tanya, 6 roll again. Fucking Leonard wins it. Well, and the crazy thing is, you know how I bet he plays this? He probably just locks in the first case he finds so that he doesn't forget the rules of the game.
Probably, yeah.
And that was enough to win it. So... Okay. Are either of these two able to briefly convince Leonard to take them off the block, or are you like, no, don't? Like, what does Leonard do in this scenario?
Oh, God.
Leonard was such a weird and fun pick by you. Because, like, he's such a... Like, he shouldn't do well in this game, but he's had some niche moments where he's done really well. And that one was just...
I don't know that he has a particular reason to vote out either of them, because I don't... Because I really have a vague impression of Ender as being an intellectual threat, but because of his memory issues, I don't think he'd be able to have a full sense of the scale of that.
Yeah.
Whereas he might still be able to have an idea of Addison being a physical threat from just like having a note saying like good at sports or whatever.
Yeah, so he probably just keeps noms the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so Leonard and Tanya are voting. Tanya's obviously gonna vote out Ender. Who does Leonard vote out?
Ah, fuck. Maybe Addison.
Yeah. Are you sure he doesn't, like, based on vibes, maybe vote out Ender?
I don't know, because based on vibes, Ender is a child.
True. Yeah. Okay. Let's see he votes out
Well,
Addison.
Addison's also a child, but Ender is more child.
Yes. Yeah. Let's say he votes out Addison. It's a tie. You have to break the tie as HOH.
Oh, God. Oh, God, either one is a gamble for me, because I feel like I could beat Addison in some intellectual stuff, but I feel like I could beat Ender in some physical stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it comes down. Also, think about, you know, who has more fans on the jury? Because right now, jury is Jane Foster, Hercule Poirot, Moses, Peter Lowe, Elle, and Zorro. And then who...
Addison does not have many enemies on the jury.
And who would be more... Or who would be more likely to take you to Final 2 if they win the final HOH? Because Final HOH gets to decide who joins them in Final 2. So, like, who would be more willing to take you to the end of the game?
I feel like they'd both be... I feel like I'm such a relative non-entity that I'd probably be equally willing to take me to the end of the game.
Addison and Leonard.
But Addison has more friends in the jury is, I think, the problem that I'd see.
Yeah.
So I'd probably vote on Addison just to try and make sure that...
Yeah.
Just try and give a chance to...
Okay.
Because Ender is already a bit of an enemy to a number of people on the jury at this point.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Like Waller, Rose, Superior to an extent, I guess. L. I feel like the jury would be more likely to vote against Ender than me even if I voted out Addison.
Alright. Okay. Alright, so Addison goes to jury. You cannot compete in this HOH. It is between Ender, Tanya, and Leonard Shelby. This is bound for finale night. Loosely based on the film Bound. House guests are tied up. House guests are like tied up with rope. First to get themselves untied wins.
Oh, God.
I feel like this might... I feel like Leonard is not gonna do bad at this. Because, like... It's not... because even if he forgets what the competition is, he'll be like, why the fuck am I tied up? Let me get myself untied.
Yeah.
And I think that like instinct will like drive him to just like, I don't want to be tied up right now. I know that. Like,
yeah. But his memory isn't going to alter his focus.
Yeah.
As much as you might initially think.
Yeah. Whereas Ender.
And then I don't see anyone else being particularly good at this relative to each other, because like Ender doesn't go through stuff like this in particular. I vaguely remember not, but I'm also not great at untying.
And you're not competing anyway because you won the last HOH.
I forgot about that immediately. God damn it.
You're good.
I'm tired. I've been up. I've been up for a while longer than maybe I should be. Anyway,
yeah, I think Leonard might take it.
I think he might take it, yeah.
Okay. I feel like of the people left, Leonard would get along the best with you. And that you'd be able to convince him to just put up Ender and Tanya.
So Ender versus Tanya. What's the next game?
Veto Comp. It's the classic BB Comics. Technically not themed after a film, but I watched Blade for a film class, so you can count it as that. You're on a zip line, and you are zipping past slowly. You're slowly zipping past an array of comic book covers with all of the house guests as superheroes. You then jump off the zip line, and you go to a stack of these same comic book covers, but they have subtle differences between them. You have to put the right covers in the right order. Quickest to do that wins. So Leonard is not winning this.
Leonard is not winning this.
Tanya probably...
I think this one might be Ender.
Yeah. Fuck. And then Ender... Yeah. Because then Ender...
Oh god, I'm regretting my bet. I am very much regretting my bet.
Because here's exactly what happens. Ender wins this. He pulls himself off the block. You're the only person left as a potential nom. Ender sees you as a bigger threat because you took out Addison and also put him on the block. So Ender takes you out because he's the only one who votes, and he votes you out. You're the Tanya's done nothing this entire game. She's just floated. We have our final three.
I'm out then. Jesus.
We have our final three of Ender Wiggin from Ender's Game, Leonard Shelby from Memento, and Tanya Chesham Lee from Mamma Mia. What a weird final three. So how the final HOH works is it is broken up into 3 parts. Winner of the first part automatically goes on to part 3, and then the other 2 compete in part 2 to see who competes in part 3. Whoever wins part 3 wins, is guaranteed to be in the final 2, and then picks who else is in the final 2 with them. First part is Big Lebowski, based on Big Lebowski. It's like skee ball mixed with bowling. Most points wins. Feel like Ender wins this.
Probably, yeah.
Second, part 2 is Drop Down Gorgeous, based on Drop Dead Gorgeous. Leonard and Tanya will both be hanging on to a rope, and they have to stand on like a little platform. This is endurance. Whoever falls off first wins. Or whoever falls off, whoever stays on the longest wins. And I think this is one where the memory will... Because these endurance comps last a while, so this is one where I think it'll throw off Leonard.
At least once.
And Tanya finally gets a win.
Leonard, so...
Tanya finally gets a win.
Yeah.
So it's Tanya versus Ender in part 3. Which is called Matrix. House guests have cards have like little plaques they are looking at that indicate events throughout the season. They have to correctly order them, and there will be some fake
good
ones.
Thing Leonard isn't here.
Yeah, and they have to put them in the correct order. First to put all the events in the correct order wins. I mean, it's probably Ender, right?
Probably Ender.
Okay, so Ender makes it to Final 2. Who is he taking with him to Final 2? Tanya or Leonard? Leonard's won more comps, but also really hasn't formed lasting relationships and is going to have a very hard time pitching his case when the jury is asking them questions.
Plus, so long as it's not a thing where, like, you have to memorize things in a short term. And has
Yeah.
a distinct edge. I think he brings Leonard with him.
Yeah, because Leonard's not even gonna remember what his game was. Like, so Tanya is in the jury. Does anyone vote for Leonard to win? I don't think so. I mean, unless we have some real bitter jurors, but, like, I think even then they would recognize that Ender played the better game.
Yeah, I never definitely
Yeah.
vote that way. Like,
Yeah.
Bro, L. Well, Mo might be bitter about it, but she'd also probably concede the better game.
So yeah, Jane Foster would vote Ender. Hercule votes Ender. Elle votes Ender. Moses and Addison probably vote Ender. I'd
vote Leonard just because I'm annoyed at myself for making the wrong gamble.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's say I could see Addison as be like, I could see Addison also throwing Leonard just a sympathy vote. And maybe Peter, but even then.
Yeah.
Ender wins 6-3 at least. Wow.
All right.
It really was Ender's game. Oh, that was so fun. And hey, you were rooting for Ender, and he did realistically win. I mean, it makes sense. He's got that killer instinct. Big Brother is a game of deception and manipulation and strategy, and he allied.
He's good at those things, yeah.
Yeah, well, that is it for this very long episode. I need to shower and get ready for work.
And I need to pass out.
All right. See you guys in the next one.
Everyone,
We don't know what Alex is gonna have us watch yet, but you'll find out in the next one. I'm Noah.
I'm Jacob.
Peace.
Adios and scene.